Get ready for the 2024 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Get ready for the next chapter of spectacular.
Sensing the moment, approaches the baseline, answers with a backhand missing, cross court. We're going to a third set tiebreak, and the crowd is on their feet inside Ash.
Get ready for the next highlight, the next challenger, the next to make history.
The greatest of all time turns back the clock and is moving on.
He winds up flat on his back. He's turned over. He's sobbing. And he is the U.S. Open champion.
Get ready to go all day, all night, and all the way up.
It's an ace, and the dream has become a reality.
The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Nighttime at the U.S. Open. It is a quarterfinal day and evening at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. And welcome to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Russ Thaler and Sophie Amiak on the call tonight for our first match. It's a women's singles quarterfinal between top-ranked Iga Swiatek, the 2022 US Open champion, and the 6th seed American Jessica Pegula. And greetings, Sophie. We are looking forward to this very much, to this match. It's the 10th meeting between Iga and Jessica. Pegula's won 3 of those, but she's never made it past the quarterfinals in a major. This is her 7th time in a quarter. Trying to get to that Final Four. She's got a tall hill to climb tonight in the world number 1.
Well, she sure does. And one of the time actually that she reached the quarters was right here also in 2022. And that was against the same opponent who went on to win the tournament. And it was a close match, with a, second set tie break. So you know that she wants more tonight for sure, Jessica Pegula. And the other times, I think the one time that she's probably the one that she wished that she could have come true is really the Wimbledon one against Vondrousova, who went on also to win the tournament, by the way, where she was up 4-1 in the third. So, but other than that, she played, Barty in 2022 at the Australian Open. Brady was a tough one, 3 sets. I think that she probably also was missing out in that one. Barty, obviously, in 2022, went on to win the tournament as well. So, well, I think she's crossing her finger that this is going to be the one.
Well, she comes in maybe in the best form she's ever come into a quarterfinal of a major. She's won 13 of her last 14 matches. She won the title in Canada and then got to the semifinals in Cincinnati and hasn't lost a set yet here to the quarterfinals. So is it fair to say that her form is as good as we've seen?
Well, what I think also is that she's refreshed because she hasn't played probably as much tennis than Iga, and I think that, to me, what's important right here is the mental to just believe, because 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 6 times that you can't come through, it becomes like your biggest enemy is only yourself, to think, well, will I ever? So I think it's all going to be about mental toughness, but I think the serve and returns are going to be huge, because the last time they played, I believe that they were some incredible amount, 13 breaks of serves in 2022 between the two of them, okay? Which is meaning that they're both trying and have the same quality, which is the returner serve. So it's going to be protecting your serve and being able to attack the second serve for both players, because they're both really great receivers.
All right, let's listen in to what Iga Swiatek had to say about facing Jessica Pegula in the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open this year.
Against Jessie is never easy. She has a pretty tricky game style, so you have to really work low on your legs and be ready for longer rallies, but also for some intense hitting. So, yeah, she's a great player, so for sure it's going to be a challenge.
And we're going to see some great baseline battles between the two. If there's one thing that people say Iga might have as a weakness in her game, it could be her forehand sometimes on this fast court.
Well,
can Pegula hit hard enough to hit through?
Yeah, I think you're totally right. And what happened when she played against Samsonova, the forehand was the one that went down. 10 and 4 serves on the forehand in the exact same place for the first set. 4 in the second set. She kind of got better, but Samsonova also dropped level. But Iga's forehand, when she gets crowded, especially when you get hit really hard down the middle to your right hip, that's where the problem comes, because she's a little bit late. She kind of like hit it on the way back, on the back foot, and that's where the errors are coming. So I'm sure Mark and Mark, the Bahamas boys, sorry, not girls, the Bahamas boys, which are the two coach of Pegula, Mark Knowles and Mark Markin, I'm sure they watched the tape. And if they didn't mention that to her, then I'm not sure if they should be in the coaching box. But knowing what they've done so far, I am 100% sure that this forehand is going to be dissected tonight.
You know, one of the most impressive things, and we called that match, Samsonova and Iga, in the last round. One of the most impressive things I thought was that I don't think Iga played particularly well.
Nope.
Especially in the first set when it was close, and she still managed to hang around long enough for Samsonova to really take a turn for the worse.
Well, remember, at 4-all, basically Samsonova disappeared, and she was like not even able to win 1 or 2 points in the next, 12 points. It's been a phenomenal
month, playing such great tennis, but take me back a couple months ago when you were injured. Has that helped you be a little bit fresher going into this summer series?
Yeah, I think in a weird way it has. I think that I've, haven't played that much at the beginning of the year, so I think coming into the summer and post-Olympics, I've actually been pretty fresh, so trying to use that to my advantage.
So, therefore, if you are fresher, how do you turn things around? You know this quarterfinal's been a bit of an issue for you, but Iga, you know how to beat her. How can you turn that around now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always just having to execute it in big moments and pressure moments, and kind of keeping your mind clear and still thinking good out there. I mean, she's the best player in the world right now, so obviously I know no matter what, it's not going to be easy, no matter the situation. So I'm just going to have to go out there and believe in my game.
Best of luck out there tonight, Jess.
Thanks.
So there's Renee Stubbs
US Open
speaking
champion
with Jessica Pegula, and now here comes Iga Swiatek.
Iga, it's been a great couple of matches leading up to this one, but I feel like you've served phenomenally well in the last few matches. How much of a key is that for you tonight?
Well, for sure it's easier with a good serve, so for sure, I'm going to do my best to focus on the right technique and just have my rhythm, but I would say even in any situation, I can also grind from the baseline, so I think I'm going to be good.
Well, speaking of Jess, then, your serve, Jess has sometimes a shorter second serve. How do you take advantage of that on return, then, for you tonight?
Well, for sure I'm going to try to push, but it depends on the situation. Sometimes it's worth to take risks, sometimes not, so I guess I'll see.
Best of luck out there tonight.
Thank you.
And from Poland, Iga Swiatek.
And here we go. The world #1 is taking the court. Iga Swiatek, Technofiber racket bag slung across her shoulders. She's got the on gym bag with her as well, wearing her on outfit, and Jessica Pegula in the Adidas. And we're ready to go, Sophie, for a quarterfinal between Iga Swiatek and Jessica Pegula. And I am wondering, as the crowd begins to filter in here for the first 2 quarterfinal night matches, we'll see Daniil Medvedev in the #1 seed on the men's side, Jannik Sinner after this. But how much of a factor will the crowd play in this tonight behind Jessica Pegula?
Well, I think it's a huge advantage, and you know that they're going to be there to try to really push her to come through a quarterfinal for the first time ever in a major. But yes, I think the crowd as the aspect of bringing her up. I think that she's somebody who can take it. I think she's a very calm and composed and poised player, which is maybe not given to some players to take that crowd in, and sometimes they feel a lot more pressure. I think she's going to be okay. So, but let's listen in to the coin toss. VJ arbitrage.
So if we can do after the coin toss, if we can just do a quote with the 4 of you facing
International
this way,
Tennis
and then
Hall
just
of
2
Famer,
players facing
VJ
that way.
arbitrage.
Fantastic.
So ladies, same conditions in your previous matches, not after.
And this is Allison
Same
Hughes.
conditions in your previous matches.
or
If
Tara
I can ask
Parker
you,
speaking.
Jessica, if you can use the whites, please, and Iga, the reds, please. Okay? Shot clocks are in front of you and also on the boards. Do you have any questions? Iga, any questions? Oh, okay. It's heads. 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 Receive? Okay, perfect.
All right, Jessica Pegula chose heads. It was heads. She elected to receive. They are taking the ceremonial pictures at the net. Just the two of them now, trying to figure out which way to look. It's always the awkward start, and then they'll take their places to the baseline to begin the warm-up. So kind words between them, actually. A good luck and a good luck from Iga and Jessica Pegula as they make their way to the baseline. And the sun begins to set. It's the golden hour here in New York City, and we're getting ready for quarterfinal action in the women's singles draw. The #1 seed Iga Swiatek and the #6 seed Jessica Pegula. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak on the call. The other 3 quarterfinal matches are done. The winner of this match will take on Caroline Muchova, a winner 6-1, 6-4 earlier today over Beatriz Haddad Maia. Emma Navarro of the United States will face Aryna Sabalenka in another semifinal, and the winner of this match will round out the final 4.
How incredible this has been for the American tennis, just to see that we for sure going to have an American man in the final, and God forbid, this has been a little bit of a drought since Andy Roddick won here, and now we have a chance maybe to have also 2 American women in the final.
Pretty amazing. Emma Navarro with her breakout season, the young American, and Jessica Pegula looking to break out in her own way and raise her game to a new level. She's never been to the Final 4 in a major championship. She's got her 7th opportunity to do that tonight.
You know what they say, right?
7th time's a charm?
Lucky 7.
Lucky 7. That's, I'm sure Jessica Pegula is
Same
hoping
difference,
just
but that's what she's probably hoping right now. And, you know, to do so, I think tactically, again, it's to really protect your serve, and that's valid for both players. But I think for Jessica Pegula tonight is really to try to hit through the court and to hit to that forehand on the returner serve during the rally, just to push her and push Iga deep behind the baseline, and something that's coming fast to a little bit of a loop forehand that takes a little time to get there. If you run that forehand and if you really make her hit late, you're going to get some unforced errors.
Well, here's one thing that we know. These courts are playing medium fast, not as fast as they were necessarily in Cincinnati, but fast enough to put the ball through the court. We know that Jessica Pegula can hit a flat, penetrating ball. The other thing is the balls themselves. They've gone back to the regular duty balls this year. They played with the extra duty that the men play with that tend to fluff up. These balls are lighter. They have less felt on them, and when they're used more, they actually thin down instead of fluff up. Do you think that might favor Pegula a little bit with the way she plays?
Well, let's put it this way. They used the extra duty last year. Iga lost. And Iga was actually for it, which is very incredible.
She
because
wanted those balls.
She wanted those balls, which I don't think it's really an advantage for her to play with those balls. I think that these balls are actually better for both of these players.
Okay.
On a medium, medium to fast-paced hard court. And I was actually surprised that she actually was pushing for the extra duty last year. Obviously, it didn't work out, so I think she's very pleased to be back with the regular duty. So yeah, balls are, it's crucial. Some players obviously get a lot more pace with the ball, I mean, depending of what they use, and some rather play with some different, and faster ball. I'm thinking Sabalenka probably didn't get bothered by obviously any balls. Doesn't matter for her, but I can tell you that with the extra duty last year, that ball was flying and going much faster through the court for Sabalenka and Coco Gauff.
And look, sometimes the numbers do tell the story. Iga Swiatek by miles actually is the most wins on tour this season. 12 more than the person with the next most wins. That's Emma Navarro, who's into the other semifinal. Since the start of 2023, Iga Swiatek is the most wins on hard court in the WTA. The second most, Jessica Pegula, who's here in the quarterfinals against Iga Swiatek. Cream is rising to the top here. And boy, we are expecting and hoping for sure, an extremely high-level quarterfinal match. These are two terrific players playing near the top of their capabilities. And it is a privilege for us to be calling it tonight from the Billie Jean King USTA National Tennis Center in Queens, New York.
Well, one thing also that I watched a little bit back into Montreal, where was one of the loss of Iga against Pegula. It's to find out that Pegula used a lot of variety in the game, and she hit one of the most amazing drop shots I have ever seen. in Montreal, and I hope that she's going to use the drop shot as well. If she's able to push Iga further than the baseline, a little bit further, the drop shot is very, very efficient.
Both of these players enjoyed being on the offensive, so I would imagine there's going to be sort of a tussle at the beginning of rallies to see who takes control. Is that fair?
Yeah, for sure. But the good thing about Jessica, and she mentioned it in her press conference, you know, working with the two marks, you know, in our camp, she has been working a lot more on the court with her fitness versus off court. She's not going as much to the gym. She's more doing fitness drills, sprints on the court, which I think, and I love that idea. And she's saying that she has been the quickest and the fastest on court, and she's showing it on the way that her defensive skills have been really upping.
All right, we're just about ready for first ball. Before we do, let's get out to Arthur Ashe Stadium, where our guy on the ground is Gil Gross. Gil, what are you looking for as we start this match?
Well, first of all, great conditions here, very comfortable for the players, crowd, beginning to settle in for this Ashe night session, and it'll take a little bit of time, I think, for Jess to really get a big push from this crowd a little bit late arriving, but they will get here for sure. I'm looking for Iga's forehand, guys. I think that's the key. Will Jess be able to rush it, and will that side stay consistent for Swiatek?
All right, that's Gil Gross. We'll be checking in with Gil from the whisper position courtside, but here we go. First ball, quarterfinals, U.S. Open. Iga Swiatek serving in the far court. First serve sails long. Second serve coming to Jessica Pegula in the near court. Jessica Pegula standing about one step inside the baseline with her right foot, left foot on the baseline. Swiatek's second serve to the backhand. Pegula to the backhand of Iga. Rips it cross court. Now Jessica Pegula tries to go back cross court. It's wide, and it's 15-love. Iga Swiatek bouncing the ball now, getting ready. It's 15-love. First serve to Jessica Pegula, and it's into the tape. And Iga will have a second serve. Pegula will have another look at a second serve here on the second point. Second serve to the backhand of Pegula, to the backhand of Swiatek, deep to the corner. Now Jessica goes down the line to the forehand. Iga rolls it cross court to the Pegula forehand, back to the forehand and long.
Well, let's actually take a tally on the forehand, which we're going to have those stats anyway. So that's one right here, missed by Swiatek. So I think that they did their homework.
All right, 15-all. Swiatek very deliberate in her service motion. We'll see that all night, and misses a third straight first serve to start this match. Second serve coming again to Pegula. Swiatek into the backhand of Jessie, tries to go inside out to the forehand. He clips the tape, and it's 30-15.
Well, I can tell you that, you know, the choice of receiving when she won the toss was exactly for that, is that she wanted to jump on the second serve of Iga and put the pressure right away, and unfortunately just not very successful on that last return for sure.
All right, so here comes Iga at 30-15, trying to make her first serve, and she does, to the backhand of Pegula. Now a forehand to the forehand. Iga goes back to the forehand of Pegula, now to the backhand of Iga, and a shank from the world number one, and it's 30-all.
Well, you almost feel that maybe Iga is a little bit more nervous than Jessica right now. Jessica not going for much, just going around down the middle area, and it worked.
Playing to big margins in this first game of the first set of the last quarterfinal. 30-all. Iga down the tee and long. Second serve coming for Iga Swiatek. We've got a good crowd out here in the courtyard in front of us, watching us do our work on U.S. Open Radio. Have a great time tonight, folks, at Arthur Ashe Stadium or along the grounds, watching everybody play. Iga's second serve into the Pegula back, and now she rips it cross court. Pegula can only slice it back into the middle of the court, but Iga sends a backhand long, and Jessica Pegula has a break point in the opening game of the match.
Just like that. And that's when the crowd, you know, hopefully is going to get involved and really try to support her and help her out to try to break right away here. Big opportunity for the American.
Break chance number one, 30-40. first game of the match. Pegula awaits the first serve from Iga Swiatek. Swiatek way wide, trying to go down the tee. It was all the way in the almost the middle of the deuce service box, and now Pegula works inside the baseline, trying to put pressure on the Swiatek second serve. Break point 30-40. Here comes Swiatek's second serve, offering to Pegula. Kicks it out wide and long. A double fault from the world number one, and the American Jessica Pegula breaks to open up this quarterfinal match on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Gotta love the pressure, and as pressure is a privilege, and normally, obviously, champions adjust. No adjustments from Iga Swiatek. She really get caught into seeing Jessica coming forward to return this. She knew she was going to attack it, try to do more, and guess what? Here comes the unforced error and the double fault.
Guys, Iga seems to be applying some cream to a blister on her right hand. She did it before the match start, and she just did it at this One Love change of ends as well.
Interesting.
Definitely something to keep an eye on.
Yep.
Hard to avoid a blister if it's on your hand.
But she doesn't have a Band-Aid on it? Gil?
No, I don't see anything on the skin. Nope,
like
it's a bare hand.
Yep.
But she's applying this cream.
Interesting.
All right, here comes Jessica Pegula, serving now with the One Love lead. And the first serve to the forehand of Iga, to the forehand of Pegula. Forehand to forehand they go. Now Jessica goes down the middle of the court. Iga with a forehand rips it down the middle. Now Pegula out wide to the forehand. Now a backhand to the backhand side of Swiatek. Jessica Pegula steps up in the middle of the court and hits it into the top of the net. Looking to the open court of the Swiatek forehand. It's an unforced error from Jessica Pegula, and it's love 15.
Now the second one for Pegula for 4, ready for Swiatek, including that double fault.
Perhaps we considered a good miss. She was inside the court trying to be aggressive. And the first serve is long. So Swiatek will have a look at a second serve here at love 15 on the Pegula serve. Here we go. To the forehand of Iga, down the middle to the forehand of Pegula. Cross court to the forehand of Swiatek. Now cross court wide from Pegula, and it's love 30.
Just like that. Wondering why Pegula is not going back to the down the middle shot. I think this is a good tactic against Swiatek, not to give her too many angles and to make her hit more balls, especially on the forehand side, right hip.
All right, first serve at love 30. A couple of unforced errors from Jessica Pegula after Iga Swiatek had a bit of a shaky opening service game, double faulting to complete the break, and now Pegula second serve at love 30 to the Swiatek backhand, now to the backhand of Pegula, cross court backhand, and again down the middle of the court, Iga's forehand inside out to the backhand of Pegula, cross court to the backhand of Swiatek. Now Pegula goes down the line to the forehand of Swiatek, forehand down the middle of the court. Forehand to forehand they go. Down the middle, it's a backhand from Swiatek. And now straight down the middle of the court, Iga opens it up cross court to the forehand. Pegula goes strong to the forehand of Swiatek, forcing the error. It's 15-30.
Now that was much better because, you know, with that saying, by going down the middle and eventually having the opportunity to really push Iga one side or the other, especially on the forehand, I think it's a great tactic. But you've got to keep her right there down the middle for a while.
And Iga Swiatek, as we've seen, sometimes will hop around her forehand and hit a backhand if she's feeling uncomfortable down the middle of the court. We saw it once in the middle of that rally. And here comes Pegula's first serve at 15-30. It's off the top of the tape, and it's a fault. So second serve coming.
She's going to jump on that. There you go.
15-30. Iga's forehand return inside out to the backhand of Pegula. Back cross court to the backhand of Swiatek, who nets it, and it's 30-all.
And it's again just those balls coming back down the middle where she's not dealing well with them, neither on the forehand or on the backhand so far.
All right, from love 30 to 30-all. Second game of the match, Jessica Pegula broke to open up this quarterfinal matchup. Was in a bit of a hole, losing the first 2 points of her service game, and now a first serve to the Swiatek forehand. Another forehand to the forehand side of Pegula. Forehand to forehand, deep forehand from Pegula. Now she pushes it to the backhand of Swiatek, and Iga sends a backhand long. And from love 30, Jessica Pegula has a point for 2-love.
What a great start. Just coming back in that game, if she was able to consolidate that break, a pretty amazing start. Double the amount of unforced for Swiatek, 6 for 3 for Pegula so far.
First serve at 40-30, Pegula looking for the backhand of Swiatek. It's into the net. Second serve coming. Game point for 2-love after Pegula broke to open up the match. Second serve to the backhand of Swiatek. Down the line to the forehand of Pegula. Now to the middle of the court, and Jessica's on the run. A little squash shot gets her back to neutral. Iga with another big forehand into the forehand side of Pegula. Now Pegula goes down the line to the backhand of Swiatek. Jessica Pegula cross court to Iga's backhand. Now down the line into the open court, but it's long. She had it, but pushed it long, and it's deuce.
Well, the difficult part with Pegula is that she hits a pretty flat ball. And if you hit a flat ball and you take it just a slightly bit too late, the racket face is a little bit open, and it's going to float out when you go through your swing because the racket head is slightly open. So, you know, that's what she tried to do down the line. Unfortunately, went long. So back to deuce, back to 40-all.
First serve down the tee. Big first serve from Pegula forces the backhand return into the net. And Jessica Pegula will have a second opportunity to take a 2-love lead. We've seen unforced errors from both players, but Jessica Pegula appears the more solid at the start of this match. It's early days now, and it's a second serve for Pegula at add-in 1-love, first set. Second serve now from Jessica Pegula. To the forehand of Swiatek, into the forehand of Pegula. Iga from the middle of the court, inside out, has Pegula on the run. And it just floats up a backhand. Now Pegula's got to look at a pass, but sends it long as Iga moved forward and took control early in that rally and never relinquished control.
Yeah, but that was very smart, I think, of Iga to go inside out with that forehand, because the one that she's been missing, especially against Samsonova yesterday, a couple days ago, were really the one that were going cross-court, where she's late behind. And this time, she went really and made contact in front of her with that ball.
First serve to the backhand of Swiatek. Now Pegula forehand to forehand. Again, working forehand to forehand, and the forehand is long. There's the pattern that Jessica Pegula wants to get into. She found it, and she takes another point and has another point for 2-love.
It's pretty astonishing to see the exact same unforced error that we've seen against Samsonova. I mean, it's the same replay. It feels like it is a replay, to tell you the truth.
All right, Pegula, another chance for 2-love. Down the tee on the serve, forehand to the forehand side of Pegula. Swiatek throws it up high to the backhand of Jessie, who goes cross-court to the backhand, now backhand to backhand. And a forehand error from Iga Swiatek, trying to hit it cross-court again, covers the ball with her Western grip and puts it into the middle of the net. It's 2-love.
And where did Jessica Pegula hit?
Deep down the middle to the forehand.
Right on the right hip. It works like a charm. Did they do their homework, or did they do their homework?
They did their homework.
Yes, they did.
Mark Knowles and Mark Macklin doing their job, and Jessica Pegula, more importantly, executing the game plan.
Yeah, well, it's one thing, you're right. You got to give credit where it's due. One thing to get the tactics, another thing if the player is able to execute it. It's a beautiful teamwork.
All right, so Iga Swiatek now serving in the near court at love 2. First set to Jessica Pegula. First serve, looking to slice it out wide to the Pegula forehand, clips the net. She's only made one first serve in her first 2 service games, has Iga Swiatek, and now Pegula has a look at another Iga second serve. Second serve to the backhand of Pegula, hard down the middle to the backhand of Swiatek, and there's an error off the backhand wing of the world number 1. And it's love 15.
Yeah, and it's piling up. She's almost a double digits of unforced error for Swiatek. That means 9 right now. That's pretty unusual, let's put it this way.
9 out of Jess's 11 points won.
Correct. Thank you, Gil. Always the mathematician out there.
Love 15. Iga Swiatek's first serve again clips the top of the tape and sails long. She is 1 for 8 on first serve attempts in this match so far. Second serve coming. Kick out wide to the backhand and gets up high over the head of Jessica Pegula. A tough second serve from Iga, and she needed that one in the worst way. It's 15-all.
Yeah, but she's sending the message. She's sending the message, I am going to attack your serve and your second serve. You better get ready. And she's going to put the pressure that she did on the first opening game, where Swiatek eventually had that double fault on the break point.
15-all. First serve from Iga Swiatek. Let's see if she can make a first serve. And again, now 1 for 9 on first serves. Sophie, you talked about protecting their serves. This is not a way to protect your serve. Again, Pegula is inside the baseline to return the Swiatek second serve. wide to the forehand, and a huge forehand return that Iga cannot control, and it's 15-30, and Jessica Pegula stepped all over that second serve.
Look, when Pegula won Montreal in 2023 and beat Swiatek in the semifinal, they were 19 breaks of serves. I mean, that is huge. There was actually I think Swiatek had 11 service game dropped, and the highest in WTA match overall. This is crazy. That's telling about the quality of the return and also the lack of second serve quality.
From both players.
It goes together. It goes hand in hand.
Well, Pegula's got another look at a second serve because Iga missed her first serve at 15-30. Second serve to the backhand of Pegula, who steps way inside the baseline and crushes a clean backhand return winner and has 2 more break points coming her way.
Yep, that's huge. Tactic is very clear. Attack the second serve, and if you have a chance, you can also attack the first. And on top of that, play the forehand of Swiatek, go down the middle. It's just working like a charm right now for
15-40. Jessica Pegula looking to rattle off 3 straight games to start this quarterfinal match. First service in this time, and Jessica Pegula misses a backhand deep. Iga finally gets a first serve, and it's still break point for Jessica Pegula. It's 30-40.
Yeah, that backhand needs a little bit more acceleration and impact, and maybe a little more brushing from low to high. It doesn't have enough of that to stay in the court.
30-40, break point number 2 in this game. Pegula's already broken once in this match. First serve long. Pegula will have a look at a second serve or not. Remember, Iga double faulted in the ad court in her opening service game to give Pegula the break. Here's the second serve in the ad court. 30-40, love 2. Swiatek delivers and delivers wide, and it's another double fault, and it's a second break for Jessica Pegula, who leads 3 games to love in this quarterfinal matchup on Arthur Ashe Stadium. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. And we are back on US Open Radio. Greetings to all of you watching us from coast to coast on usopen.org, on the YouTube channel here at US Open Tennis Championships on the live stream. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak here at Arthur Ashe Stadium at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center.
Coast to coast, LA to Chicago. All right, here we go. We are back.
That's not coast to coast.
No,
Chicago's
but that's the song.
Middle.
Listen, I'm just singing a song.
Right. Somebody else's
You're right.
lyrics.
Not my lyrics. Just, you know, when you said coast to coast, all of a sudden I'm like, Sade? A little Sade?
And we're on SiriusXM Radio and the TuneIn app as well. Gil Gross joining us courtside, and Jessica Pegula is off to a flawless start. It's 3-love to the American. 2 breaks in hand, looking to consolidate against the world number 1 Iga Swiatek.
She's on fire.
Executing the game plan to a T. Here's Pegula's first serve at 3-love. Down the tee to the backhand of Pegula, deep down the middle of the forehand. Pegula looks for the open court inside out and misses wide.
You don't want to be greedy right now. See, I'm not sure this is needed to go for that open court right here. I mean, she has a 3-love lead. Keep the tactic the way it is. It's working.
3-love Service game still tenuous. Down the tee, Iga's forehand return down the middle. Forehand to forehand they go. Pegula, forehand down the middle to the Iga forehand, who rolls it to the forehand of Pegula, and Jessie misses it into the net. It's love 30. Little deja vu. It was love 30 on Jessica's first service game.
Yep, and she came back to it to win that game. It was a little tough, but she was able to do it.
Well, she'll need to do it again. And of course, Iga Swiatek needs desperately to get on the board here. It's love 30. First serve into the forehand of Swiatek, who rolls it to the middle of the court. Jessica Pegula goes back to the forehand of Iga. Now down the line into the open court. She pinned Swiatek in the forehand corner, and she didn't even move, did Iga, to the down the line forehand.
That was very interesting to see that. I mean, for me, you know, Pegula didn't give a sign she was going one way or another. It's like Swiatek anticipated the cross-court forehand, and none of that.
Well, Jessica's been working that pattern so much, forehand to forehand. It obviously shocked Iga. Huge forehand return off the first serve from Pegula, but then Iga tries again to go inside out, clips the top of the tape, and again from love 30 at 30 all.
Yeah, a little unlucky on that forehand inside out for Swiatek that lands out by clipping the tape.
Iga caught that return perfectly. Pegula defended that return stellar. And then Iga put the next ball out. So it's 30 all. Second serve coming for Jessica Pegula. First serve was into the net. Second serve to the backhand of Iga. Pulls it to the backhand of Pegula. Now backhand to backhand they go. And Iga tries to rip one for a winner cross court. Misses wide. Not by much. Close enough to show the replay to the in-house monitors. Missed by a few inches. But from love 30, a game point for 4-love for Jessica Pegula.
I tell you, she's pretty lost right now. Swiatek needs to find out a way.
First serve down the tee to the forehand of Iga Swiatek. Rolls it high and long down the middle. Stays in. Backhand to backhand they go. Oh, and then Pegula tried to go down the line with the backhand and missed wide. It's deuce.
Yeah, remember that shot for 4-love lead here. Going way too close to the line. Picked that one backhand a bit too late. Landed wide in the alley. Yeah, she's looking at it going, ooh, that was close.
All right, so it's deuce now at 3-love. First serve out wide to the forehand of Swiatek down the middle, and Pegula rips a backhand into the open court that Iga can only shank wide. And there's another game point for Jessica Pegula, looking to go up 4-love.
I do like that Swiatek is trying to take some, you know, bites off the return, but unfortunately this one was not down the line enough.
All right, game point again at 3-love. Out to the backhand of Swiatek. Now middle of the court, Jessica pulls it to the forehand of Iga, who crashes it into the bottom of the net, and it's 4-love to open up this match for Jessica Pegula. Gil Gross, what you got?
Well, look, there have been unforced errors from Swiatek, and a lot of it has been on that deep ball down the middle. But I don't think she'd be missing these balls if not for the pace that Pegula has on her rally ball. And she's not known as one of the bigger hitters, but I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that she doesn't grunt. She doesn't move her body with any kind of violent kind of swaying action. It's all very quiet and sound and balanced, but if you actually look at the speed of the ball, it is immense from Jessica Pegula.
Love 4, Iga Swiatek. First serve out wide to the Pegula forehand, and then finds the open court. Serve +1 for Swiatek. It's 15-love. And Gil Gross, to your point, two of our colleagues who played a lot of tennis with Jessica Pegula as she was coming up. One is Jimmy Arias, who's also from Buffalo, where Jessica's from, and Jessie Levine, who worked with her for a few years as a hitting partner. Both of them will tell you that her ball is deceptively heavy.
I totally agree. It's heavy and it's deep right now, and it's all about the acceleration at impact and how fast you go at impact. But if her timing is right, because she hit flat, I mean, she's going to obviously have that ball flying a lot faster than with topspin. But the time that she misses, like the last one that she just missed long, it's all because she's a little late. The racket face is slightly open and that floats out.
All right, 30-love to Swiatek. By the way, worth noting that Iga spun a first serve in the ad court at 75 miles an hour, clearly just trying to make a first serve. It induced the error from Pegula. Then she has missed her first serve at 30-love. So Jessica Pegula will have a look at the Swiatek second serve again. Swiatek, love 4, but 30-love. Here we go. Second serve offering to Pegula. Inside to her backhand, pushes it down the line and moves forward towards the net, but gets caught She tried a little crush and rush. It didn't really work out for her there.
No, but she keeps sending the message, I'm going to attack you. I am going to attack you. So, I like, that idea, and unfortunately couldn't really pick up that half volley. Didn't have really the hands for it. I think she should have let go the left hand and hit only with one hand, personally.
40 love from Swiatek. And down the tee to the forehand of Pegula. Big return down the middle, and Jessica looks for the open court, sends a forehand long, and Iga Swiatek is on the board with her first game of the match. Jessica Pegula will serve up 4-1 after they change ends.
Well, I'll tell you, it's pretty impressive what Jessica Pegula has been started doing, and I'm sure, Gil, you're seeing that, on court and the pace of the ball, but, it's all about minimizing the unforced errors and the tactic that she's used, just attacking the serve and attacking to the forehand right down the middle of Swiatek. It's working well.
Yeah, it's very steady from Pegula, and that's why I think sometimes there is a misconception that Pegula isn't a big hitter, because she's not unleashing on the ball. She's never out of control. She's always very, again, quiet and sound, but she's able to force errors into big targets with her depth, the flatness of the ball, and, rushing Swiatek through the middle. But it's a low-risk forced error, and that's what tennis players are always looking for, right? High percentage ways to win points.
Yeah, and she does. And she has the ability to do a lot of things. I mean, she's obviously very comfortable at the net. We saw a half volley that she missed, but, her volleys, obviously, from playing with Coco Gauff and having the success that they had, being #1 in the world. In doubles, also, brought a lot to her game. I think it's really helpful. I keep saying to all the coaches, and I think a lot of the players actually on the tour should be playing doubles a lot more in the top 20, top 30. It is helpful not only because of the fact that your volleys are going to be better, but because you're going to be in those big courts if you win. And that way, when you get to play in singles, guess what? It's a piece of cake. You're not intimidated.
By the way, Gil, I know you'll appreciate this. That crush and rush from Pegula, very reminiscent of the way Frances Tiafoe likes to take a backhand return, pull it down the line, and move forward. It just didn't work out. Jessica Pegula now serving up 4-1 in the first, in the far court. First serve to Pegula. Outside to the Swiatek forehand. Again, hard to the forehand of Iga, and Jessica Pegula with another deep, hard forehand, forcing the forehand error from Swiatek, and this is the first time that Jessica Pegula has won the first point of a service game. It's 15 love. She's held both times.
She's improving.
First serve into the net at 15 love. Iga will have a look at his second serve. Let's see if Iga decides to keep going aggressively out of the second serve return. She did in the last service game. She tried again there and put a forehand into the net, and it's 30 love.
Well, I say hi to my friend Juana in Texas who's watching. She's asking what's in your bottle right there. That's a big bottle.
It's a big bit. It's a bottle of water.
Yeah,
that's
right.
All,
that's what he says.
I hate to disappoint you.
Well, I'm not sure anybody can even trust you. Nobody has clear glass anymore. I wonder why. Wow.
Another error, this time off the backhand of Iga Swiatek, forced by a forehand down the line, again deep and hard from Jessica Pegula. All of these errors that are going to show up in the stats, they might say unforced, but man, most of them are forced. And it's 40 love for a 5-1 lead. First serve down the tee off the top of the net and long.
That's 14 unforced errors, by the way, from the racket of Swiatek. That's a lot. 9 from Jessica.
Second serve coming. Kicker out wide to the backhand of Swiatek, who rips it not only cross court for a winner, but Iga with a very exaggerated fist pump. I think she's trying to get herself going emotionally.
Well, she needs to. I mean, this is tough. 71 miles per hour is not going to cut it on second serve. And again, the serve, you got to protect it. So far, Pegula is better at it.
40-15. First serve to the backhand of Iga. Return down the middle. Backhand to backhand. And Iga rolls it high to the backhand of Pegula. Hard to the forehand she goes. Now in Swiatek forehand to the backhand of Jessie. Trying to get to the backhand of Pegula is Swiatek. But Jessie keeps going down the line to the forehand. And Iga covers another forehand into the net. And it's 5-1.
It's absolutely amazing to see how uncomfortable Iga Swiatek is when that ball comes fast to the right hip, right in the middle of the court. she's like panicking almost. I mean, you feel that sense of panic. That last one, she actually didn't even make contact with the string. It was right in the heart of the racket and the graphite. Ouch.
We can kind of see what Iga's trying to counter with. She's trying to get Pegula into backhand-to-backhand patterns so she can get away from her forehand. Pegula keeps changing the direction and going back to the forehand, and it's giving Iga all sorts of problems. Now, Swiatek does make a first serve, and Pegula nets the forehand return on the first point of the 1-5 game, so it's 15-love as Iga Swiatek, surprisingly just 28 minutes in, is serving to stay in the first set against the number 6 seed American Jessica Pegula. You would never know that Jessica Pegula has never made it past this round at a major the way she's playing right now. Off the top of the tape and in, so they'll restart with another first serve for Iga Swiatek. This is Pegula's 7th crack at a major quarterfinal. She's 0 for 6 coming in here. But boy, is she executing to a T at the moment and taking it to the world number 1. Iga Swiatek at 15-love at 1-5 puts her first serve into the tape. Second serve coming. Pegula, a full step inside the baseline, both feet now clearing the baseline into the blue of the court. And another step forward as the second serve comes. She takes it early, rips it cross court. Now Iga goes down the line and finds the open court with a forehand winner. Pegula didn't do quite enough with the return.
Well, she tried, but you know, obviously the speed and the quickness of Swiatek got to the ball in time, anticipated really that that ball was going to go to her backhand, and then went to the open court with the acceleration of the forehand inside out, and that worked really well. More down the line, actually.
So it's 30-love. Swiatek serves to the backhand of Pegula down the middle of the court. Iga pulls it and forces Pegula to slice a backhand back in defensively, and then Iga, trying to go behind Pegula, puts a backhand into the net. It's 30-15.
Love the change of pace and going with the slice now. I mean, she's throwing everything at her, including the kitchen sink right now, and Pegula is just so in form and knowing exactly what to do and when.
30-15. Iga Swiatek serving at 1-5 in the first set to Jessica Pegula. Here comes her first serve, and it's down the tee, but into the net.
I bet Pegula is going to go down the line on that return after the last one anticipated so well by Swiatek. Or down the middle, probably to the forehand would be a good play as well.
Pegula again well inside the baseline, stepping in even further to take a backhand hard towards the forehand hip of Iga, but just long.
Yep, she tried that. She knows that's where the mistakes and the unforced/forced errors are coming from, but it is 40-15 now for Iga Swiatek, trying to at least make Pegula serve for the set here.
Game point for the world number 1. First serve offering at 40-15 into the forehand of Pegula, cross court to the forehand of Swiatek. Now down the line to the backhand of Iga, backhand to backhand, and Iga goes down the line into the forehand of Jessie. Squash shot into the forecourt comes Swiatek. Pegula throws up a defensive lob, and Iga makes a mess of it. Absolutely gets way out in front of the overhead and knocks it into the bottom of the net.
Look, I don't want to give her excuses, but I can tell you that it is very difficult to see a ball when it's that high in the air, and that was great defense. That's what we're talking about Pegula. She's defending better, she's moving better. And when you have the ball right in the dark, because the sky is very dark, but then you have all those lights, the floodlights on you, very difficult to see the ball.
All right, still game point for Iga. It's 40-30 at 1-5. First serve coming to Pegula and meekly into the middle of the net. That was an ugly looking delivery, an out of sync looking first serve.
That toss was so far in front of her.
Second serve coming for Iga Swiatek. She has double faulted twice, both times on break point against in this set. This time it's on game point 4. And Pegula hands Iga a bit of a helper with a backhand return into the net. They'll change ends when we come back. Jessica Pegula serves for the first set. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. 32 minutes into the final quarterfinal, and Jessica Pegula, who's 0 for 6 lifetime coming in the final 8 of a major, is off to a 5-2 start against the world number 1, and the world number 6 from the United States of America will serve for the first set against Iga Swiatek. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak with you on the call. Gil Gross is courtside, and here comes Jessica Pegula. First serve, trying to serve this set out at Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's long. Second serve coming for Jessica Pegula. The toss, the delivery to the forehand of Iga, to the backhand of Pegula, and a miss into the net from the American. It's love 15.
Yeah, she was off rhythm on that after that return, just trying to hit that backhand maybe a little bit too far from the ball. This is when she's going to need those first serves percentage to be high. 58% throughout the match so far for 36% of first serve on Iga's.
Pegula made the first serve there, and now Iga lifts a high backhand to the backhand of Pegula, who rips it cross court and short, and then goes inside out, totally befuddling Iga Swiatek, whose footwork failed her, and it's a clean winner.
Well, I think that Gil is right on it, you know, by saying that it's deceptive to see how hard she can hit the ball, and that one right here, Exhibit A.
So it's 15 all at 5-2. A first serve to the forehand of Iga, down the middle to the forehand of Pegula, and right back to that forehand of Iga Swiatek that has let her down again and again, and it does it again into the net, and it's 30-15.
I think she just needs more shape on that ball. Just throw it up high, spinny. Anything is better than missing it, and I think she just needs to play safer off of that ball.
First serve wide.
Also, I think that she should hit really inside out more often to extend that arm through the ball, because right now she's like so scared to hit it.
All right, second serve from Pegula, clip the top of the net. She'll try it again at 30-15. Second serve for Jessica Pegula. 2 points from the first set for the American. The offering to the backhand of Swiatek down the middle. Now a backhand deep to the forehand, inside out into the backhand corner from Iga. Now a backhand trying to go down the line, hits it into the net. She got the inside out forehand with a little bit of shape, so kind of what both of you said, but then dumps the backhand in. Set point now for Jessica Pegula. Here comes the crowd. Jessica Pegula, first serve at 40-15. To the backhand of Iga Swiatek, and it's into the net. A small fist pump from Jessica Pegula. She has taken the first set in the final quarterfinal, 6-2 over Iga Swiatek. We'll be back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express for this night session quarterfinals. Jessica Pegula taking the first set 6-2 over Iga Swiatek, the 2022 US Open champion. A disastrous set for her. 3 winners to 19 unforced errors, 36% first serve percentage, and well executed tactics by Jessica Pegula to take advantage. Russ and Sophie, as always, Swiatek has left the court after the first set. This is basically what she does every time she loses the first set. And there is a debate in the tennis world about whether or not that should be allowed. On one hand, of course, it's built into the rules that the player is allowed to leave the court, to use the bathroom, and to change their clothes. Iga is not breaking any rules by leaving the court whatsoever, but the fact that she does it after losing the first set every single time has raised some eyebrows, including from former great Lindsay Davenport, who in Cincinnati called into question the idea that maybe there should be a rule change to limit Swiatek and anyone abusing the bathroom breaks.
They would call it the Iga rule at that point.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sorry, but she's definitely not the only one. If you look at all the players, I can assure you that probably 80% of the players who are losing the first set will take a bathroom break. I think that there's no need to change rule. I think it actually is a disservice sometimes, because with that said, Pegula could go and talk to her bench and talk to her coaches right now, as it is allowed by the rules, but she doesn't need to talk to anybody right now. She should stay really in her bubble, because what she's doing is perfectly right. But you think about it, you're giving an advantage for the other player to go and talk to their bench, leaving after losing the first set. And I think I would really think that it would be good to see the percentage of the players losing first set who are taking a bathroom break. And I can tell you, it might be even above 80%, I think.
Well, and just as you say that, Jessica Pegula walks over to the corner of the court, looking up to where her bench is.
Let's hear it.
She's struggling with serve, so you're in her head. Good job, keep it up.
That's Mark Knowles.
Yep, you're in her head. Keep attacking the second serve. You're playing great, and this is exactly true. I mean, I think the tactic is very clear. Now it's trying to put it together. Jessica Pegula, by the way, is 40-3 at Grand Slams events after taking the opening set. She has won her past 32 Grand Slam matches after claiming the first, with her last touch loss coming to Sofia Kenin. That was at Roland Garros in the round of 32 in 2021. So, listen, yes, she has never passed the quarterfinals in the major, but the numbers are in her favor. As far as Iga Swiatek, she's 9-10 after losing the opening set at Grand Slam's event, with her last win coming against Belinda Bencic, and that was in 2023.
Yeah, it's on her way to winning the title here.
Yep. So let me tell you, there's definitely on paper all those numbers that are adding to the fact that it's definitely going on favor of the American.
What an interesting event for Jessica Pegula. In the first round, she plays her good friend Shelby Rogers, who announced before the event that this is going to be her last. So she essentially helps retire one of her good friends. Then she plays Kenin, who you mentioned, another major winner, beats her in straight sets. Then she had Diana Schneider, one of the hottest players on tour, a very tricky lefty, and she made mincemeat of Schneider, 4-2 in the round of 16. And right now she is chewing up the world #1. Of course, Iga Swiatek has just made her way back to the court. Full kit change. She went from the darker colored outfit now to the whites. And Iga is putting the stuff on her hands again. Grigor Dimitrov has been using that as well. I sensed it was more for keeping the sweat down on the hands, but that could also be for blisters. I don't know. Whatever it is.
I think it's to dry the hand. Yes, Gail, go ahead.
It's on a very specific part of her hand. She's putting it only on one specific part.
Yeah, she's putting it on the pad of her hand, kind of down where it holds onto the net. We're a little over 6 minutes since the last point was played. It is time for the first point of the second set, and world #1 Iga Swiatek, who lost the first 6-2, serves to open up set #2 in the far court, serving to Jessica Pegula. Here's the first serve, and it's to the Pegula forehand. Jessica puts it into the net, and it's 15-love. Already an improvement from Iga Swiatek, making a first serve.
Well, I'm sure she had herself a little attitude and adjustment in the changing room, trying to find a way here. And she is #1 player in the world, and you know that she's definitely going to try to find ways.
Aborts the first toss, picks it up again, and now throws it up in the air for a first serve at 15-love to the forehand of Pegula, who loops it high and deep to the forehand of Iga. Now forehand cross-court from Swiatek, backhand cross-court to the backhand of Iga. Now another harder backhand from Pegula, a sharper angle from Swiatek, and then a roller into the open court. Pegula throws up a defensive lob that Iga takes on the full swing, and now she'll have an overhead, and Swiatek puts it away for 30 love.
Yeah, much shorter overhead on this, but at least Jessica Pegula is bringing 2 or 3 balls back, and I'm telling you, I mean, it's really showing of how much more she's just fitter and quicker to get into the defensive skills, and that improved quite a bit.
All right, Swiatek now serving at 30 love. First game, second set. Down a set to Jessica Pegula. Into the backhand it goes, a return to the forehand, and now Pegula tries to go inside out into the open court, hits it into the net, and Iga Swiatek with game points in the opening game of set number 2.
Interesting to watch because there have not been any balls going down the middle to the body of Swiatek in this opening game of the second set from the racket of Pegula. That was a tactic that really worked.
Well, Iga's made 3 of 3 first serves. That might have something to do with it. Here's another first serve deep to the backhand of Pegula. Now Jessica rips an inside-in forehand for a winner. I was kind of expecting her to try to go down the middle, but she went for the winner and got it.
Yeah, and if you notice, the first serve she's hitting is really a kick serve, because it was like an 80 miles per hour kick serve just to ensure that that ball is going in as a first serve, because she's been penalized a lot on the second serve in this first set.
All right, 40-15 for Iga Swiatek. Another game point in the opening game of set number 2. Another first serve into the forehand of Jessica Pegula, and Pegula misses long. So Iga Swiatek holds to open set number 2, makes all of her first serves in that game after making just 37% of them in the first set.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that, listen, was probably thinking about, okay, what can I do better? And, you know, the one thing about it we talked about is that the coaches have all those tablets with all the stats going on, so they're very enabled to help the player. They can't show it to the player, but they can sure discuss, and, you know, showing the, you know, right here, the stats, you know, they don't lie. It will be very easy to tell her, hey, hit first, second serve, go to the body on the serve, be more consistent. There is a lot to do, but I'm not sure they're using it. That's the one thing, because as we're looking, they don't look like they're using it.
Jessica Pegula, first serve into the forehand of Swiatek, who rips it back deep to the forehand of Pegula, and an unforced error from the American, or a little bit of a forced error,
yeah,
actually.
That was a great return.
Yeah, it was
deep,
a terrific return.
Really
it's
pushed,
love 15.
Yeah, pushed Pegula way beyond the baseline.
Jessica fought from behind on most of her service games in the first set. Here she is at love 15. First serve to the forehand of Iga, and a backhand into the net from Swiatek. It's 15 all, and now she's gesticulating just a little bit more, talking to herself just a little bit more. It's the most frustration we've kind of seen from Iga so far. Even in losing that first set, she kept her cool outwardly. It's 15 all. First serve to the backhand of Iga. Deep return to the forehand of Pegula. Now into the forehand side of Iga, and back behind Swiatek goes Pegula for a clean winner. It's 30-15.
Yeah, that's the forehand is definitely triggered very early, and when she's able to come forward into the court on a shorter ball and she's finishing inside the court, very dangerous.
30-15 now for Pegula. First serve down the middle to the Iga forehand. Now inside out backhand winner from Jessica Pegula off the second ball. Iga hardly moved forward. It's 40-15.
Yeah, that's her 7th winner of the match. 6. Pretty impressive. I mean, it's not that many winners. It's just the fact that she's definitely forcing the error on the racket of Swiatek. At least that's what happened in the first set.
40-15, looking to level the second set. Down the tee it goes. Backhand return to the backhand. Now down the line to the forehand of Iga. She lofts it high to the backhand of Pegula. Now Pegula in her backhand corner forces Iga into another backhand error, and Pegula holds for 1 all.
Gil, yeah, I have a question, Gil. I'm glad you're right there. But is there? I mean, do you feel like she's panicking, Iga?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, after that point,
yeah,
the motion she made was that she's frustrated with how low the ball is staying, which is what Pegula does. It's a flat backhand, low net clearance.
Yep.
This court, the ball does not check, it skids through. So Iga feels like she can't really get her ideal contact point, and she's not comfortable dealing with the ball that Pegula is giving her.
So here we go, 1 all. First serve from Iga to the backhand of Pegula. Deep return to the backhand of Swiatek. Now a forehand that Iga tries to go inside out and pushes it wide. It's love 15.
Wow. pretty incredible. She has now a total of 9 unforced for the forehand and 10 from the backhand. That's more unusual to find out this amount of unforced serve to begin with, but having that many of the backhand is, for me, very surprising.
Love 15. Iga Swiatek's first serve is down the tee and into the forehand of Pegula, returned down the middle, and now Jessica backhand the backhand of Iga, now down the line to the forehand of Swiatek, throws it high and cross court and in, and then tries to go high and inside out, and it's long, and it's love 30. The one cross court almost went out too, it just happened to clip the line.
Is she making contact in the middle of the strings? Because it felt like she was not even making contact in the middle of the string.
She's not, but one thing she did do on those forehands, it didn't work, but
Yeah.
she got extremely low. I think in her head, that's what she's focusing on right now. Get down with the legs.
Not a bad idea to try to get yourself out of a funk. It's not helping at the moment. It's love 30, but Iga kicks another first serve in. She is just throwing first serves in to start the point, and that time Pegula took a little more of advantage. Iga's showing a little bit of impatience here. Went for an outright winner on the second ball, and it's love 40.
24 unforced errors coming from the racket of Iga Swiatek, and that is in 10 games and a half. Uncanny.
Jessica Pegula trying to break the Iga Swiatek serve again. She won the first set with a couple of breaks of serve, and now she's got a break chance at love 40. Iga puts the first serve in. A weak reply from Pegula, and Swiatek knocks it off close to the net on the backhand side down the line. One break hand saved. It's 15-40.
That's probably the best first serve of the match for Iga. I felt that she hit. She got the mark right down the tee and get the 1-2 punch.
One more break chance coming for Jessica Pegula. She'll have another if she needs it, but it's 15-40. Here's the first serve into the forehand of Pegula, cross court to the forehand of Iga, who tries to go down the line. And again, it's another error off the racket of the world number one. And Jessica Pegula has broken for 2-1 in the second set after taking the first. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back on US Open Radio, presented by American. And we are back with Jessica Pegula up a set and a break now on Iga Swiatek. What did you just notice, Sophie?
Well, I'll tell you what, I was, I'm shocked to see the amount of unforced error off the backhand. But think about it. She's having so much trouble with the forehand that it's putting an enormous amount of pressure on the backhand, because that's the backhand that she normally hits, winner with, and she's so steady with. But now that the forehand is not working that much, every time she hits a backhand, she's thinking she's got to do twice as much. And I think that's why she's having so many unforced coming from that wing as well.
The snowball effect. Jessica Pegula up a set in 2-1. First serve into the forehand of Swiatek. Now forehand to forehand, deep to the forehand side of Swiatek. Iga with a fine reply. Now throws some air under to the backhand side. Down the line from Swiatek, and a defensive lob high in the air from Jessica Pegula to the middle of the court. Iga's backhand now to the backhand of Pegula, who goes down the line and misses wide. It's love 15.
Well, that's a good try and good defense against from Pegula, throwing the lob. I'm a little bit shocked that Swiatek didn't take that in the air, and more talking from her bench, and a little bit of Swiatek disconcerted by She doesn't know what to do.
Love 15. First serve down the tee is into the net. Second serve coming from Jessica Pegula. Pegula, the toss, the delivery into the net. First double fault of the match from the world number 6 from the United States. And it's love 30. Not the first time that Pegula's had to deal with love 30 on her serve. In fact, not the second time.
The third time.
It's the third time she's had love 30. And a missed first serve into the net.
By the way, she's 10 of 10 normally on first serve percentage, so that's the first one she's missing in that set. Pretty
and a
amazing.
Return down to the forehand of Pegula. And now backhand to backhand, hard to the backhand corner from Pegula. Now down the line to the forehand of Iga, rolls it cross court to the forehand of Pegula. Down the middle, and Iga goes right back behind Jessie. Deep forehand, and now down the line forehand from Iga Swiatek. Well done from the world number 1, and she has her first break chances of the match at love 40.
And the best forehand she hit tonight was the last one, down the line, extending through the shot. I mean, that was very linear, very well placed. And Pegula did get a racket on it. That was not a winner, so that's also telling. I'm still going to try for these, but triple break points.
First one that Iga's had in the entire match. When you consider that Jessica has had love 33 times on her serve, and she's now just facing her first break chance. Second serve, and Iga dumps a backhand return into the net, trying to be maybe a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, she's trying to do too much on it, and probably because of the pressure that is mounting from so many misses off the forehand side. 12 unforced from the forehand, 11 from the backhand from Swiatek, 26 total unforced errors for only 5 winners.
Another break chance at 15-40. This time the backhand return down the middle. Now looping a forehand to the backhand of Pegula, who sends it deep to the backhand side of Swiatek. Iga on her backhand side goes cross court. Pegula slice down the middle. Forehand of Iga is cross court. Now a forehand down the line to the backhand. Pegula goes down the middle, and Iga misses another forehand into the net. It's 30-40.
It's funny because when she hits this, she stays in the same exact position and rotates the hip and the racket at the same time, losing her balance backwards. Instead of trying to hit this with the racket head going forward and her body language at least moving a little bit forward.
Third break chance for Iga Swiatek. It's 30-40. Jessica Pegula trying to battle out of a love 40 hole. First serve down the tee is a good one. Iga lobs up the forehand return down the middle. Now Iga goes inside out, clean winner. And that's a break.
Remember what I told you, it's easier when you start making really mistakes by really covering the ball to go through the ball and hit down the line or hit inside out. That's exactly what she's doing right now. A lot more down the line shot, a lot more inside out forehand from Swiatek.
So it's 2-all.
She's using more shape to set up opportunities for her attacks now. So that return of serve was high and spinny. Very difficult for Pegula to keep the ball low when Iga is using a lot of shape. So it's giving her opportunities to achieve easier contact points.
So back on level terms, 2-2, second set. Iga Swiatek first serve of the first point of the 5th game. Here we go. Doesn't like the first toss, picks it up, bounces it again a couple of times, and she'll try again. Tosses up the delivery into the forehand of Pegula. She slices it with the forehand, and it's long. Iga Swiatek has made 11 of 11 first serves in this set. Not all of them have been massive, not all of them have been damaging, but all of them have been in the court.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that it was Pegula, but it is Swiatek. I'm sorry about that. I was looking at the wrong side of the player.
Kick serve into the backhand of Pegula, starting the point in the middle, and Jessica goes down the middle and long.
Yeah.
Iga Swiatek's making some good adjustments here.
Yep, definitely the serve is better. It's a positive right here, just to have that first serve in the box, even though it might not be a first and second serve every time, a first serve full strength, but at least it's in the box on her first offering.
30 love at 2-all. Again, first serve into the backhand of Pegula, return down the middle. Iga shapes a forehand deep to the forehand of Jessica Pegula, who replies long, and it's 40 love.
Yeah, Pegula is 8 out of 11 first serves in the box in this set.
So Iga's first serve at 40 love, looking for her first lead of the match. First service in to the forehand of Pegula. Down the middle to the forehand of Swiatek. Now Pegula goes drop shot. Swiatek runs it down, but pushes the forehand long. It's 40-15.
So good. Unbelievable, that drop shot. I mean, that was not easy. That ball was coming low, and she was able to find a way to find the height over the highest part of the net, because she went inside out backhand with that drop shot.
I gotta say, it was the perfect setup and the perfect execution of a drop shot, and Iga was still there.
Yeah,
that's amazing to me how quick
fast.
Iga got up to that.
She and Coco Gauff, fastest player on the WTA Hologic Tour.
She was there but missed the reply, so it's 40-15. First serve to the forehand of Pegula. A big return down the middle forces Iga into the error, and it's 40-30.
And still, she has yet to miss a first serve in this set.
That was right into Pegula's strike zone on the forehand side.
40-30 now for a 3-2 lead for Iga Swiatek. First serve offering coming, and it's to the backhand of Pegula down the middle on the return. Now Iga puts some pace behind a backhand into the backhand corner, tries to roll the forehand inside out, but sails it long, and from 40 love, it's deuce.
Wow. I can't imagine if Jessica Pegula is able to take that service game with Swiatek up 40 love, what it might be doing in between the ears for Swiatek. Mental toughness she's going to need at its best.
2-all deuce. Pegula took the first set 6-2. Iga Swiatek serving, having just broken back from Jessica Pegula. First serve to the forehand of Pegula. Deep return into the forehand of Iga. It's a short reply, and Pegula's about a half step behind it, trying to move forward, and puts it into the net. It was a bit of a shank and a good miss, I guess.
Well, what happened is, I mean, Pegula is a fabulous mover sideways. You know, sometimes when the ball is a little short, you have that explosiveness step forward that is not quite as quick.
We saw how fast Iga moves forward. Jessica a little bit behind on that one. It's a game point again for Iga, and her first missed first serve of the set. After 17 straight, Iga has missed a first serve in her third service game. It's still game point. Pegula now way inside the baseline to return the second serve. Kicker to the backhand. Pegula down the middle. Iga rolls it cross court to the Pegula forehand. Goes back behind her to the forehand, and Jessica puts it into the top of the net. Iga says, come on, and walks to her bench with a 3-2 lead in the second set. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. The stars are out for this night session, as always, sitting front and center. Best seat in the house, and just showed on the Jumbotron during the last changeover, is 6-time gold medalist Simone Biles. Behind her is Grant Hill. They showed Dwayne Wade earlier, and a special shout out to some of the most good-looking people in the champion suite tonight. We have US Open Radio's very own Zina Garrison, we have Patricia He, and we have Dave Leno.
Excellent.
Oh my goodness, they let
and we
them
have
in there?
Russ Taylor.
And Sophie Amiak on the call. Iga Swiatek. Big forehand to the Pegula forehand, and a terrific reply from the American on the first point of the 2-3 game from Pegula, forcing another error from Iga, and it's 15 love for Jessica Pegula. Won the first set 6-2, serving at 2-3, behind for the first time in this entire match, and it's 15-love. First serve to the forehand of Iga, inside out reply, slice backhand from Pegula, and now Iga's got her on the run. Another defensive lob. Swiatek puts the overhead back to the middle of the court, and this time Pegula is able to push Iga back off the reply and into another error. It's 30-love.
Wow.
Defense to offense.
Yeah, so not confident on that overhead. The last one she hit was much closer to the net. This lob was so good, deep, and Swiatek just hesitating to go for more, went back down the middle. Good on Pegula to win that point, 30-love.
First serve out to the forehand of Iga. Terrific deep reply to the forehand of Pegula. Now forehand cross court to Iga. Tries to loop it up high towards the backhand, but it's too high and too far. And it's 40-love. Terrific response from Jessica Pegula.
Well, it's good to see that really Swiatek is trying something else. Is really trying to change the rhythm as well, putting more first serves in, but she has 10 more unforced errors throughout this match so far.
Big first serve from Jessica Pegula to the backhand of Iga, who just slices it back, gets caught with her feet in the mud, and Pegula rips a forehand winner and a hold at love for 3-all.
Well, just a reminder, Pegula has never yet come through a quarterfinals in a major. She's 0-7, and this is not
0-6. 0-6.
0-6.
This is her, yeah.
Sorry, but this is not. You know, there's also 4 players in the open era that have gone 0-7 for their first 7 women's singles quarterfinal majors. Manuela Maliva, Katerina Maliva, Carla Suarez Navarro, and Kaya Kanepi. So listen.
And all made it to the semis, or did
well,
not?
Eventually, but you know, she's not the only one.
First serve on the 3-all game is in from Iga. Now they rally forehand to the backhand of Swiatek, back down the line to the forehand of Pegula, to the forehand of Iga. Another rip to the forehand and another error off the forehand wing with the world #1. It's love 15. And so back to the original game plan for Jessica Pegula.
Which works so well, so why not? 30th unforced error for the racket of Iga Swiatek. Ouch.
Sophie, we were talking about adjustments in a little bit. We'll talk about it after this point again, because Iga made some adjustments at the start of this second set, has put herself back in the match. Jessica Pegula was playing the game plan to a T in the first set and had Iga out of sorts completely. First serve down the T from Swiatek, and it induces a long reply from Pegula. It's 15-all.
Second best serve of the night. Again, same one, by the way, always to that T on the ad side.
Yeah, the safe serve from Iga on the ad side is the kick serve.
Correct.
That she throws in at about 75 miles an hour sometimes.
Yeah.
That was 99 down the tee. 15-all. We're in the deuce court now. Iga goes out wide to the forehand of Pegula, and that's well wide and short. And Pegula can only sort of shank it. It's 30-15.
By the way, as a right-handed player, this is the exact same serve to the wide side on the deuce side than it is on the ad side to the tee. Same motion to reach that target. So very comfortable with that.
All right, so Iga serving now at 3-all, 30-15. First serve. Again, that's the kicker to the backhand of Pegula, right down the middle of the court to the forehand. So Jessie goes forehand again, forehand to forehand. Iga tries to throw some air under it again, and it's another error off that forehand wing. When Pegula can get into a rally to that Swiatek forehand side, she's had the advantage almost all night long.
Yeah, I think what worked really earlier is when she was trying to go through that ball more, you know, changing the direction down the line with that forehand instead of trying to go back with that kind of windshield wiper action of the forehand side.
3-all, 30-all. First serve from Swiatek. She aborts the toss, and she'll start again. Just 2 bounces, and Iga's into her windup now. First serve at 3-all, 30-all. Swiatek into the body of Pegula. Forehand return to the middle of the court. Pegula goes back down the middle to the backhand of Iga. Now inside out to the forehand. And now Pegula is going to look back to the forehand of Swiatek, who replies down the line, cross court. Now it's a down the line chip forehand to the backhand of Swiatek. Iga goes back cross court to Pegula, who slices it in the middle. Iga steps into the court and rips a forehand winner into the open court, and it's 40-30.
Do you remember the last winner from Iga?
Remind me.
No, me neither. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
That's how long it's been since she hit a winner. That was the 4th in this set, 7th altogether in the match, and they are both at the exact number, which is absolutely astonishing. The importance is the unforced errors. 31 for Iga and 19 for Pegula. That's the big difference right here.
First serve off the top of the net. One of the first serves she's missed this entire match. In the second set, pardon me. Just the second first serve she's missed in this set. Second serve. Pegula takes the backhand down the line for a clean winner.
Just so smart. I can assure you that on the second serve, she picked her target. She said, I'm going down the line, no matter where it goes, backhand or forehand. Executed absolutely perfectly.
Iga couldn't even move to the ball. It was hit clean down the line, and it's 3-all deuce. First serve from Iga Swiatek at 3-all deuce. Here comes the delivery. And
That's
another missed first serve.
Yep. Remember, the down the line return is the further point away from the server, so it's very efficient.
Second serve in the deuce court, 3-all deuce. Swiatek stopped her windup, starts again now. Pegula inside the baseline, takes the forehand down the middle of the court. Iga rips a forehand cross court. Pegula replies cross court. Now Pegula down the line into the open court. Swiatek doesn't even make a move for it, and Pegula's got a break point.
Just so good, the way that she's hitting the ball. I think she's seeing that ball as a football right now. Absolutely amazing. The pace, the depth, the direction, everything is just clicking right now for Jessica Pegula.
Pegula's done so well forehand to forehand that Iga has to stay in that corner a little bit. And it opened up the down the line winner. First serve to the forehand of Pegula, a rip cross court from Iga, now a backhand into the open court. That's the world #1 Iga Swiatek that we're used to seeing.
Yep, trying to raise her level at the very crucial time on the break point. Had to come up with a backhand down line winner. 8th winner of the match, the 5th in this set.
Swiatek really battling here at 3-all. Pegula trying to get the lead again. She took the first set. It's 3-all deuce. Out wide to the forehand. Return down the middle. And now we go backhand down the line from Swiatek is wide. And Jessica Pegula will have another opportunity to break the Iga Swiatek serve. At out.
That's one of those shots that wasn't on, where Swiatek's looking to change direction with her backhand down the line off of a very deep ball by Pegula, and it could be back to what Sophie was saying about needing to do so much on the backhand because she doesn't trust the forehand right now.
Well, Iga Swiatek facing another break point. Add out at 3-all in the second and a first serve into the net. So now the last second serve return in the ad court was a backhand down the line clean winner. Jessica Pegula is going to step inside the baseline to return this second serve. Let's see where she takes it now. Second serve coming to the backhand of Pegula down the middle, deep to the forehand. Swiatek rolls it high and deep. Now a forehand to the backhand of Pegula. Cross court to the backhand of Swiatek. Down the line to the forehand of Iga, who rips it cross court. Pegula can just throw up a defensive lob. It hits the service line. Iga stands there. Jessica can only guess. And Iga knocks off a clean overhead winner from the middle of the court off the bounce.
And again, raising the level for Iga Swiatek. Just amazing get once again to ask the question for Iga to hit an overhead. This one, make no mistake, after the bouncing overhead, just going forward towards our target at impact and making it another winner. Back to deuce.
Jessica Pegula asking the questions. Iga coming up with the answers when she needs them, but she's not out of it yet. It's deuce at 3-all. Kicker down the tee and a return down the middle from Pegula. Now Iga's got a middle of the court forehand and Pegula's on the run. Little backhand slice to the backhand deep. That Swiatek rolls to the backhand of Pegula. Now forehand to forehand. Iga goes down the middle of the court. A backhand down the middle to the backhand of Swiatek. Forehand cross court to the forehand of Swiatek. Cross court forehand induces the error off the racket of Jessica Pegula, and Iga's got a game point.
How big is this game right now? But you gotta love really the fighting spirits really of Swiatek being down a set, 3-all, saving 2 break points here in this game, and a chance to take the lead once again in the second set.
Jessica Pegula is going to take this. She's going to have to earn it. Iga, as you said, Sophie Amiak, is raising the level of her game right here midway through set number 2. Game point for 4-3 again for Swiatek. Rolls the first serve to the backhand of Pegula. Now Jessie goes to the forehand of Iga down the line, and a forehand down the line off the cross-court reply, and Pegula hits a clean winner, and we're back to deuce.
How fast that go, Gil?
I blinked and I missed it. No, I'm just kidding. But in all seriousness, in the forehand-to-forehand exchange, the ability to change direction down the line, it's not even close.
Yeah.
I mean, Pegula's way better at redirecting the ball off of that side.
Well, all because of her technique, really. The technique is that she hits through the ball a lot more than the windshield wiper action from low to high from Swiatek. Swiatek needs to hit through the ball more with that forehand.
4th deuce at 3-all. Wide serve to the forehand of Pegula, into the forehand wing of Swiatek, and another error as Iga tries to change direction and go down the line. She puts it into the net.
Now that's when the fans needs to get behind her right now.
Yeah.
I would try to make a lot more noise if I was one of the fans out there.
This is where Jessie could use a little bit of Francis in her. She could use to conduct the crowd.
Yeah,
she's
not that kind of person.
No, she doesn't like asking for anything. But she's got a break point. First serve down the tee to the forehand. Deep return into the middle of the court. Now Pegula goes to the backhand of Iga. Iga with a cross-court reply that forces a slice return from Pegula. But Iga Swiatek with a forehand error, trying to go inside out, and the break to the American, who leads by a set and 4 games to 3. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Here we are, like making a lot of gesture here. For those of you who are watching,
we're back. We're talking
debating,
forehands.
you know, the whole forehand of, you know, Iga as saying that, you know, on the clay she can do this, and that still gets up there with a lot of time that she has to hit it. But on hard court, she has to, instead of finishing here on that little kind of windshield wiper, she needs to go through the ball a little more before she finishes to her left, I think, and especially with what we've been seeing, the amount of enforced error from the forehand side, well, she's short. It's not like she's hitting them deep. Most of them are finishing in the net.
Here we go. Jessica Pegula up a set and 4-3 now after the longest game of the match. And Pegula finally broke the serve of Iga Swiatek.
Yeah, it's all about first serve percentage right here. She needs tons of them to make sure that Iga doesn't have the opportunity to attack the second serve and try to hold.
More often than not, Jessica Pegula has been playing from behind in her service game. She's managed to hold more often than that. In fact, she's only been broken once in this match, and that was in this set to get back on serve. Pegula has broken back to take the lead again. First serve now. Up a set and 4-3. Pegula into the forehand of Iga. Down the middle to the backhand of Swiatek, who nets it, and it's 15-love.
Wow.
When Iga came to her bench at the last change of ends, she slammed her racket against the net cord. One of the more obvious and blatant shows of frustration you'll ever see from her.
First serve at 15-love from Jessica Pegula's into the net. That last game feels incredibly important.
Well, she also hit herself with her fists when she finished the last point, when she lost the point and got broken. So you can tell the frustration is huge. Now she's bending over herself after missing that forehand return in the alley, and it's 30-love.
Have you ever
serving.
seen?
No.
Sorry, Sophie. Have you ever seen her throw a racket?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
No.
I haven't, but we did see Carlos Alcaraz break a racket this summer, so it's possible. She's probably like the second least likely person to do it behind Alcaraz, and since Carlitos did it,
ouch.
Maybe. Second serve now, 30-love at 4-3 into the forehand of Iga. Big, hard return down the tee that gets inside the defenses of Pegula, and she bricks the reply long. It's 30-15. And now Iga having an animated conversation with her box.
Wow.
Stress levels rising now as Jessica Pegula serves at 30-15. Out wide, big first serve from the American. She hasn't hit an ace, but that's about as close as she comes to it, and what a big time to do it. It's 40-15.
Well, 105 miles per hour wide, that's telling how fast it's going. Normally when you go on the outside, it's around 100 at best.
So Pegula with game points for 5-3, and another big first serve replied deeply by Swiatek, backhand to backhand, and Iga misses the backhand long. Jessica Pegula is a game away from reaching her first ever semifinal in a major. Up a set and 5-3 on Iga Swiatek.
Well, not even that. Jessica Pegula could become the 4th American in the Open era to reach the women's singles semifinal in Toronto/Montreal, Cincinnati, and the US Open in the same calendar year, which was Rosemary Casals, 1970, and of course Serena Williams, 2013 and 15, and Sloane Stephens in 2017. So, you know, you're among some good players, obviously, whenever you're cited alongside of the Rosie Casals and Williams, Stephens. That's pretty impressive.
Iga Swiatek
one more game
serving to stay in this match and in the 2024 US Open. First serve, down a set, and 3-5 from the world #1. It's down the tee, it's off the top of the tape, and it's long. Iga went for a big first serve there and missed. Second serve opportunity for Jessica Pegula. 1 foot inside the baseline, now 2 feet outside. She took a half step back. Pegula now moves in to return the backhand down the middle of the court. Iga rolls a forehand to the backhand of Pegula, now cross court to Iga, who misses the backhand, and it's love 15.
I really don't see how Iga, and I'm going to take a big step there, how Iga can come back of this, unless really Jessica gets so afraid to finish up. Because just she's been outplayed by how well Pegula has played, how intense Pegula has been throughout this match.
It has been comprehensive to this point for Jessica Pegula. First serve into the backhand of the American. Now Pegula tries to go backhand down the line and hits the tape. That was a little guidey on the backhand.
Then again, let me tell you a story. When I was at the French Open, Justine Henin said the exact same thing when Osaka was leading against Iga Swiatek. She said the exact same thing that I just said. And little by little, Iga was like, whoa, she's scared to win. I am going to take this. So never count her out.
The world #1.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
And a comprehensive one at that in her 119th week as the top-ranked player in the world, Iga Swiatek. And she serves at 3-5 in the second set. 15 all. First serve out wide to the forehand of Pegula. Return to the forehand of Iga, who tries to loop one down the line and again misses a forehand. And now Jessica Pegula is 2 points from the biggest win at a major in her life. 15-30. Iga Swiatek steps to the line, deep breath. 3 bounces of the ball and a first serve offering at 15-30. The kicker to the backhand of Pegula, return to the backhand of Swiatek, now to the forehand of Pegula, who puts it into the net, and it's 30 all.
Take a breather. If you Jessica Pegula, and for Swiatek, she needs to put that first serve in. Keep trying. That's what she's going to do.
30 all. Here comes Iga's first serve offering. She's been serving at an 86% clip in this first set. There's another kicker into the backhand of Pegula. Deep return to the forehand of Iga. Lofts it up high to the backhand of Jessica Pegula. And without any pace to work with, Pegula just puts it right into the middle of the net. Perhaps a little sign of nerves.
Maybe
2 points
thinking,
from the match, and now it's game point for Swiatek.
Never want to think ahead Just stay in the present moment. They say it over and over.
40-30, game point for Iga Swiatek. First serve to the backhand of Pegula. Return to the middle of the court. Iga goes inside out, clean winner. And she holds, so Iga Swiatek stays alive. They'll change ends, and Jessica Pegula will serve for the match and a place in the semifinals. And Gil, you're down there. Can you feel the tension? Because it seemed like Pegula looked like she had a little bit in her arms in that game.
Yeah, I agree with you. Slight decelerations on those backhands. She's been extremely aggressive all match long, and she hasn't wanted Iga to have an opportunity to play herself into rhythm. So for the most part, Pegula has really maintained a very high ball quality at all costs. But on a couple of those backhands in that game, she did seem to lose some acceleration on that two-handed backhand. But you know, now she's got the benefit of her serve. She'll look to get on the front foot right away in these points and take a big cut on the +1. She needs to stay aggressive here.
What a huge moment coming for Jessica Pegula. She's sitting down, no doubt thinking that one service hold, and knowing that one service hold puts her in a place she's never been before.
I hope that's not what she's thinking. I hope she's thinking about the first point of this game only, and what you want to achieve throughout this game. Meanwhile, first serve percentage, and still be aggressive. Go to the forehand side where the enforcers are coming. You know, but this is, you don't want to see the future. You don't want to see the whole game. 1 point, first point, right here, right now.
Both players are out of their chairs. Jessica Pegula will take the ball, step to the line, looking to serve out the biggest service game of her career in major championship tennis. Jessica Pegula 0 for 6 in Grand Slam quarterfinals. This is her 7th try, and the closest she has come to a major semifinal, and it's at her home event. Jessica Pegula, first point at 5-4 in the second. Beautifully done, swung out wide to the Swiatek forehand, and knocks off the forehand winner into the open court. It's 15-love.
And listen to that crowd, as we are just seeing Andy Roddick, who is the last male to win this tournament.
From the United States.
Yeah, from the US. That was back in 2003, 21 years ago.
Jessica Pegula serving at 15-love here at 5-4. Misses the first serve wide down the tee. Iga Swiatek will have a look at a second serve. The offering to the forehand of Iga, who goes wildly inside out and wide. And for the second time, Jessica Pegula is 2 points from the semifinal. It's 30-love. Jessica Pegula, first serve at 30-love. Down the tee to the backhand of Iga. The return is long. It's triple match point. Match point for Iga, for Jessica Pegula. First serve down the tee. Swiatek return down the middle. Pegula forehand to the forehand of Iga, who rips a forehand winner cross court, saving a match point. It's 40-15.
That's gutsy. She's back to the wall and able to create this kind of shot. 2 more match points coming. 40-15. 6-2, 5-4, Pegula serving.
First serve from Pegula at 40-15, long towards the backhand of Iga Swiatek. Second serve coming. Match point number 2. Pegula's offering to the forehand of Iga, who returns cross court to Pegula, goes down the line to the backhand of Swiatek. Cross court on the line, now down the line, backhand winner from Iga, and it's 40-30.
Back-to-back winners. Unbelievable what she's able to do. I mean, we thought almost that backhand cross court was going to go wide and was going to be it for Pegula, but not yet, says Iga Swiatek.
The packed house at Arthur Ashe Stadium trying to push the American across the finish line. Third match point. It's 40-30. First serve from Pegula, deep to the forehand of Swiatek. Second serve coming. Match point number 3. Jessica Pegula Tosses the ball. Kick serve down the tee to the forehand of Iga, into the forehand of Pegula. Now Iga goes wide on the backhand. It's another unforced error. And Jessica Pegula, with a yes and a fist pump, is into her first major semifinal. Don't call it 7th time lucky. Call it 7th time earned. 6-2, 6-4. Jessica Pegula takes out the world #1.
Yeah, she's trying to avoid the tears because she is definitely so happy about this win. Not only to beat the #1 player in the world on Arthur Ashe on a night session, but to finally get to that semi-final that she's been searching for the last 6 events in majors where she was not able to come through, as Iga Świątek leaves the court very quickly. 41 unforced errors tonight for Iga Świątek. This was really forced, really, by how well, really, Pegula played.
So the 2022 champ is out in the quarterfinals. The world #1 is done at the 2024 US Open, and world #6, Jessica Pegula, for the first time is into a Grand Slam semifinal. She's on the court now with Renee Stubbs.
Well, Jessie Pegula, congratulations through to your first ever major semifinal here at the US Open. Jessie, how does that sound? We've been talking about it ad nauseum, how many times you've been to the quarterfinals. What does this mean to you?
I've been so many freaking times. I just kept losing. But to great players, I mean, to girls that went on and won the tournament. So, I mean, I know everyone keeps asking me about it, but I was like, I don't know what else to do. I just need to get there again and, like, win the match. So thank God I was able to do it. And finally, I can say semi-finalist.
You had beaten your opponent in Iga Świątek a few times. You're one of the few players that has beaten her 3 times, 4 times. I mean, this is an incredible record you have, but also you say in the slams, it's so much harder. What was the difference tonight?
Well, thank you to the crowd. First of all, you guys carried me through that last game. It was a little, that 65-mile-an-hour second serve. Ooh, I was tight. So you guys carried me through for sure. But so thank you guys. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, to do it primetime Ashe against the #1 player in the world, I mean, it's crazy, but I knew I could do it. I just had to go out and execute my game and not get frustrated. Luckily, I felt like I was able to take advantage of some things she wasn't doing well very early, and then was able to kind of ride that momentum throughout the match.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what was going through your mind at 5-4 sitting there? You looked really calm, but what was actually going through your mind?
I don't know, really. I don't really remember.
Is that a good thing?
I guess. I won. I think I blacked out. No, I don't know. I think I was just thinking to hit my spots and try to get my feet moving and use my legs. Luckily, I hit a couple really good serves that got me some free points. But yeah, I think I was probably just thinking about my serving spots.
Okay, next up in the semifinal, Karolina Muchova, great player, great all-court player. Just give me your thoughts on playing her.
Yeah, I mean, we literally just played first round in Cincinnati. She's so good. She's so talented, so athletic. I love how she just doesn't play and comes back and beats everybody. I mean, it's just, I don't know, she's a really good player. So I know she has a lot of experience going deep in slams as well. So I'm going to have to bring my best tennis. But yeah, I'll worry about that maybe when I wake up in the morning.
As I've said all week, she takes the subway. She's from New York. Ladies and gentlemen, Jessica Pegula.
What a match, what a win for Jessica Pegula. A career achievement for the 30-year-old American who has seen a couple of her friends and compadres about the same age decide that they've kind of had enough. Shelby Rogers and Danielle Collins has said that this is going to be her last year on tour. And here Jessica Pegula is at 30 years of age, getting the deepest she's ever been into a major.
She's blooming. She is not yet to retire, I'll tell you that much. But you know, the last time there were 2 Americans in both the women's and men's singles semifinal at the US Open was in 2003. Capriati was playing Davenport, and of course Roddick against Agassi. So it's been a while, it's been needed, and I think the American crowd and the American tennis is very proud of what they've been achieving to get all these players so close to the finish line now. Now it's the question is there one who's going to go through the finish line in this tournament?
Well, we know that there will be one man in the U.S. Open final from the United States,
right,
since Taylor Fritz and Frances Tiafoe will play on Friday night in one men's semifinal. Jessica Pegula will take on a player she just beat recently, but in 3 tough sets. Karolina Muchova, who's playing some tremendous tennis herself. It'll be a very different looking matchup, I suppose, between those two, with Muchova, who really uses the entire court, no?
Look, I think that it's going to be kind of a contrast of style. You're going to see Muchova do exactly what she's done since the beginning of the tournament, mixing it up, slice backhand, coming to the net, serve and volley, chip and charge, drop shot. And I think Jessica is going to have a little time to figure it out, but I think that the passing shot are going to be very important from the racket of Jessica Pegula, not to mention to have herself a lot of first serve in that match, because Muchova's serve is, I think, better on first and second serve. But if Jessica is able to really keep that percentage of first serve up, she might not get hurt too much on the return of Muchova, who's going to be aggressive. Jessica is one of the best receiver in this game. Is she going to take a lot of, cut on the second serve Muchova? We'll see that.
Gil Gross, I'm sure you will do an in-depth preview of the semifinal between Muchova and Jessica Pegula on the Gil Gross Tennis Podcast, loved by millions and millions, as seen by the amount of attention you get walking around the grounds here. Give me the short version of how you break down that semifinal matchup.
Well, it's can Muchova find the short balls and the opportunities to use her forehand and to come forward. What Pegula wants to do, of course, is pin Karolina to the baseline and make her hit backhands from the baseline. And I think Pegula has such good control of her depth, such a good return of serve. She's actually very equipped to keep Muchova at bay, keep her from coming forward and keep the ball away from her forehand, especially dropping the ball in the middle of the court. So I think Pegula will have a good shot at that one, and it's got to be a huge weight lifted off of her shoulders that she's obviously won her first quarterfinal on her 7th attempt. One more thing I want to mention, Emma Navarro and Jessica Pegula, not only both Americans, both born in New York.
That's right.
How about that?
Yeah, incredible. and you wouldn't know. Emma Navarro has gone to that all week long. I was born here, and so was Jessica Pegula. And Gil Gross, thank you so much for your insight from courtside. I know you're not going anywhere because we got another semifinal coming up. But Sophie, that was a whole lot of fun.
It was very fun.
Heck of a performance from Jessica Pegula.
Fantastic performance. Looking forward to see that match against Muchova. That's going to be fun. Both semifinals are going to be incredible with the women, of course, and the men's to follow.
We have a men's match to follow tonight.
One thing I wanted to mention is that the Americans are so upset about not having an American winning this tournament. Just FYI, Yannick Noah in France won in 1983. It's been 41 years.
Longer in Australia.
So people.
Talk about Australia.
So let's come down here, all right?
Yeah, this is a big deal. 2024 U.S. Open. It continues with the last of the men's quarterfinals. And what a quarterfinal we have in prospect between the 2021 U.S. Open champion Daniil Medvedev and the #1 seed and Australian Open champion from this year, Jannik Sinner. That's coming up next with Mike Cation and the Hall of Famer Mark Woodford on the call. For Sophie Amiach and Gil Gross and our team here at U.S. Open Radio, I'm Russ Thaler. Thanks so much for joining us for this women's quarterfinal where Jessica Pegula, on her 7th try, is into a major semifinal with a 6-2, 6-4 win over world #1 Iga Swiatek. Cation and Woodford take over after this break on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Second serve coming. Match point #3. Jessica Pegula tosses the ball. Kick serve down the tee to the forehand of Iga, into the forehand of Pegula. Now Iga goes wide on the backhand. It's another unforced error. And Jessica Pegula, with a yes and a fist pump, is into her first major semifinal. Don't call it 7th time lucky. Call it 7th time earned. 6-2, 6-4. Jessica Pegula takes out the world #1.
Get ready for the next epic match, destined to leave you breathless. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
7 of the 8 semifinal spots have been decided. One more left to play for. Mike Cation and Mark Woodford will get you ready here as we're preparing for Jannik Sinner and Daniil Medvedev. Woody, this is kind of the one that everyone had circled. Obviously, when the draws come out, you look at the seeds, their path to the title, and this is the one that everybody said if these two seeds make it to the quarters, it could be the final.
Definitely, along with a lot of other possible matchups which haven't unfolded that way, but this one has positioned out nicely. And yeah, I mean, you and I were just talking about it as we were getting into our positions here. This, for me, is a bit of a coin toss. I have trouble leaning one way or the other, and I'm trying to look at stats to does it show anything decisive? But this could be a very closely fought match.
We could tell you all of the numbers, and we'll tell you a lot of numbers here tonight, but Medvedev leading this matchup 7 wins to 5.
Yes.
The first 6 went to Daniil. The next 5 went to Jannik Sinner, and then Medvedev wins at Wimbledon. They've played 3 times this year. Almost everything's been tight. Let's hear from Daniil Medvedev right now.
Quarters here many times. What is it about this court that works so well for your game?
Yeah, I love to play here. Good conditions for me. Not too fast, not too slow, and I love the crowd energy. So let's see how it's going to be there. Probably electric, ready to go.
What are the biggest challenges in facing Sinner?
I think physically, always tough matches for both of us. A lot of long rallies. We both hit the ball quite well. It's tough, like to make winners. So, yeah, a lot of physical battles, physical rallies, and hope to be 100% ready.
Good luck tonight. Got the powder back on the hands. All right, let's wait for Jannik Sinner to come around the corner. Here comes Jannik. Jannik, you've gotten better every match here. What are you most pleased with your game coming into tonight?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, every match is different, so let's see what's coming tonight. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to it. You know, enjoying these moments on court, and let's see what's coming.
All right, this will be the 13th time you played Daniil. What are the keys for you being successful tonight?
Yeah, usually we have long matches, physical matches. We know each other quite well, so it's going to be also a tactical match for sure. But yeah, he is a player who made you grow quite a lot in the past. So let's see how this one goes.
Good luck tonight, buddy.
Daniil will be introduced first in his powder blue Lacoste kit to the sounds of Metallica.
Please welcome the players for our next match. Give it up for Daniil Medvedev. From Italy, please welcome Jannik Sinner.
Enter Sandman. I don't think the Sandman's going to be coming for either one of us, Woody, until maybe 4 in the morning. Just a hunch. I think this one could go the distance. And getting back to what we were talking about here.
Yep.
Obviously, the Australian Open final, Sinner coming from 2 sets to love down to win his Australian Open title. Wimbledon, Medvedev coming through in 5 sets as well. And it does feel like a coin toss, but a lot of the action over the last couple of years since Sinner started winning a couple of these matchups, a lot of it has come down just to the improvement that he's been able to make on his serve. And just talk about that improvement in that particular stroke for Sinner.
Well, I guess what you're alluding to is the first number of victories going to Daniil.
Right.
He'd evolved as a player. He'd arrived onto the men's scene, the upper echelon before Jannik Sinner, and then we've had this thread of 5 or so wins by Jannik as he's been there. And I think the final for me of the AO was significant in the fact of, my opinion, if Darren Cahill wasn't a part of Team Sinner, I'm not sure that he would have got through and won that match and persevered. Why? I think that the opportunity now with the coaching at 2-0, I think Daniil went off the court and had a kit change. We know the background story, absolutely exhausted to arrive at that stage. I think you were commentating that match. I was commentating that match with a different platform. Darren's advice of just persevering, just keep hanging in there was important. Just maybe let for this coin toss play out.
After the toss, we do a picture with Daniil facing this way, and then without Daniil on the other side, please. Daniil, we have US Open or the trophies, please? Trophies. Daniil, all yours. Jannik, receive. C'est pas là. Tu restes là-bas, Daniil. Ce côté, this side. Picture on this side, please. Daniil, you stay in the middle. Receive.
All right, so the coin toss a bit interesting there. No, Liechtenstein is the one handling things in the chair for us tonight. On top of it, that is Daniel Dae Kim, the actor, who is out there for the coin toss. Also, Daniil Medvedev giving some trash to Renaud Liechtenstein to throw away from his wristband. So back to your point about the coaching advice in between sets 2 and 3 in Melbourne.
Yeah, I felt like it's Darren's experience working with previous players who have been in scenarios of Grand Slam finals, I think spoke volumes, spoke loudly for me. And I think Jannik learnt a bit about himself, as well as Simona Venozzi learnt about the highs and lows of playing a Grand Slam final. So the one, we're talking about all of these stats that we could throw out to our listeners. The one that stands out for me, though, is Daniil Medvedev's record once he reaches this stage of Grand Slams.
9-1 in Slam quarterfinals, 4-0 here in New York is pretty darn good.
That to me speaks loudly that when he arrives, and it's not just at the US Open, these are at all of the slams, he is in good form, he's seeing the ball well, and he is a dangerous opponent. And I think that's, for me, an edge that he brings into tonight.
Sinner, on the other hand, 3-5 so far in his Slam quarterfinals. Both guys have come in losing just a single set through their 4 matches. I would say that if I had to, I'd say Sinner's path a little bit more challenging. Mackie McDonald, always a matchup difficulty with how he strikes the ball. Alex Mickelson, a guy on the come up, was in an ATP final the week before. And then that 3-set win over Tommy Paul. Sinner didn't look 100% in that matchup with Tommy that I called with Mark Lucero a couple nights ago. But what was most impressive, and what I think he does incredibly well, and Tommy talked about it after the match as well, when he needed a big point, he was at his top form. It wasn't every single point, but when he needed it, he was right there.
So I didn't get to cover that match, given that you guys were. Does that mean that Tommy Paul didn't play a match? He didn't arrive?
I wouldn't go that far. I just think that when it came to the biggest spots, the 30-alls, the tie break, there was Jannik Sinner at his peak, and he's just that little bit better than everybody else right now.
Yeah, okay.
But Daniil, you know, listen, he lost his set in the opener against Dusan Lajovic, but the last couple of matchups against Cabole, Borges, straight breeze, man.
And not to take anything away from the fellas that Daniil has beaten to arrive at this particular juncture, but they're not all named players. They're not, you know, he hasn't been tested. At least with Jannik, he came up against the quality of Tommy Paul. And he might have navigated the highs and lows, but I feel like Danny's path up until now, I mean, Borges for a 4th round match, it's pretty nice.
Yes.
Comfortable.
Yes, it is. So, listen, we have Gil Gross. We're going to get to Gil in just a second. Gil and I went down, watched a little bit of Jannik Sinner warming up.
Yeah.
You did as well, but you were there just a little bit earlier. Talk about what you saw during the warm-up with Jannik Sinner today.
Yeah, for me, it was noticeable. Jannik was on the court, standing in the backhand corner and just hitting backhand slices. Now, as I said to you and to Gil, I don't know at what stage of the warm-up, the early practice this was. It might have been the first few balls that he struck, but I have a feeling he had been there for at least 10, 15 minutes. But he was just hitting backhand slices. Out of 20 shots that he hit, 19 of them were backhand slices. He went down the line to Darren. He went cross-court to Vanyosi. 1 out of 20 did he use the two-hander, and that went cross-court, which goes against really, because I feel like Jannik's, some of his game plan is go cross-court, and he uses the two-hander to try and open up or finish the point with the two-hander up the line. But yeah, that's what I noticed.
What do you think he would be why would he use that in this matchup?
Well, Medvedev is what, 6'5"? 6'6".
Tallest #1 in history.
Yep. Backhand slice, if Jannik can knife it enough, it gets the ball below the knees, out of that strike zone, and in particular out of the strike zone of Medvedev's backhand. So if you repeat into the strike zone of Medvedev, I think you're going to have a difficult night, because when it repeats for him, he can just be on cruise mode. So I think it was an effort for Jannik to throw in the variation.
Gil Gross courtside. Gil, I know you are somebody like me who really loves to look at stats, numbers. I was really kind of noticing today as I was going through stats. You know, we talked the other night about Jannik Sinner's serving stats. Medvedev not really bringing much on that serve through this 2024 campaign, which might be some of the cause for his struggles in what is a down year for him.
Yeah, Mike, lowest hold percentage for Daniil Medvedev since 2018. And that's really before he became a top player. So he has not been able to serve like he was in 2021 when he won this title. And he was one of the big servers in the sport. He's had to find other ways to win throughout this year.
All right, we are ready to go here. And as you heard from that coin toss, Jannik Sinner choosing to receive. So Daniil Medvedev is here on the near side, waiting for the crowd to settle. White top, those powder blue, sky blue shorts and shoes. Medvedev serve, tee, net. That white Technifiber racket to match the white shirt as well. Second serve for Daniil is long. Double fault to start, as if on cue while talking about his serve. Conditions are cool. Temperatures are in the mid-60s right now as we start. Serve tee. It is a free point off the top of the frame of Sinner, but as we start just a little after 9 o'clock, temperatures 67 degrees. It was another breezy day. Won't be much of a factor inside Arthur Ashe Stadium here tonight. 15-all serve. Again, Medvedev from the near side. Serve out wide. Sinner goes forehand, catches the baseline. Now going to step into an inside-out forehand that lands good. Backhand slice Medvedev. Volley from Sinner. Just misses into the ad corner for 30-15.
So Sinner coming forward there. It's an area of his game that the association with Darren Cahill, what he set about was to help Jannik with the transition forward, get comfortable at net.
Medvedev missing into the net for a second serve here at 30-15 in the opener. Second's good to a Sinner backhand. Medvedev goes backhand middle off the baseline and good. Now stepping into a backhand cross. Sinner backhand into the net. Game points for Medvedev.
40-15.
Yeah, by his standards, a below average year. 39-13, 0 titles. Shocking, really, when you think about it. Still inside the top 5, though. Serve is well long. Former world #1, 20 ATP titles, 18 of them on hard. Serve is long. It's another double fault for him.
40-13.
Medvedev hit 21 double faults in his first 2 matches. It has gotten better as the tournament's gone on. 7 in the third round, 5 in his previous match.
Game point. Serve out wide. Sinner backhand to a Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner run around forehand to a backhand Medvedev. Sinner goes backhand middle. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner runs around to a forehand. Medvedev forehand crosses into the net. We're at deuce.
And that is an area, as Gil brought up that I had circled, the fact that he's kind of offset the amount of aces in the tournament so far with the amount of double faults that he struck in all 4 matches.
Serve at deuce, good. Sinner backhand goes middle. Medvedev forehand to a Sinner. Forehand, big cross. Medvedev tracks it down up the line. Sinner has a wide open court, but goes back behind Medvedev. Clean winner off that backhand side, and a break chance here for Jannik Sinner. Jannik wearing the olive green Nike kit once again here tonight. Black cap on a star-studded night here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Serve into the net for Medvedev. 4 of 8 so far with the 2 doubles. Second serve for Medvedev is good to a Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backhand to a Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner backhand cross, misses wide. No backhand slices mixed in there, Woody.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, when you told myself and Gil that, I just kept thinking, okay, are we going to see it in these first few games to really start knife and just show a different look early in this match to kind of make Daniil think a little bit? Daniil, one of those incredible thinkers on the court. Serve at deuce up the tee is an ace. First of the night.
Yeah, called the match he played against Flavio Cobolli early in the tournament and was just, I mean, he adjusted to what was thrown at him by the Italian.
Got a free point there to get the hold to start, fighting off a break chance in the process for One Love.
But a different, obviously Cobolli and Sinner play very different, and the experience of Sinner hopefully shines through. But yeah, I kind of, Gil went into a deeper conversation, deeper dive, I guess, about those backhand slices, and it's a shot that if Sinner can execute, to try and play it short and low, and it's not just to get it out of the strike zone of Medvedev, but it's to entice Medvedev to come forward. A lot of players, when they do come forward, if they're in control of the approach shot, their volleys usually stand up. But Medvedev is one of those guys, when you as the opponent draw him in, he is at sea when he's up at net then.
They don't call him the octopus for nothing.
Yeah, well, an octopus maybe has 8 tries at maybe a volley. I'm not sure that Medvedev even manages after 8.
Sinner serving from the near side at love 1 and starts with an ace. Talked at length a couple nights ago about that switch from the platform to the pinpoint serve. Starts off well. Has been incredible with the serve through this year. Up in the top 10 of many of the serve categories on the ATP Tour. 52-5 this season, with 5 titles as well, as many titles as losses. Serve out wide, good. Medvedev backhand is into the net. Starting Medvedev is a much closer return position than I think we're accustomed to, although as I say that, he retreats back to the tarp here on the deuce side at 30 love. Sinner 32-2 on the hard courts this year. Started the season, of course, with 16 straight wins, 25 of his first 26. Medvedev goes forehand middle from the back tarp, misses into the other back tarp.
Mike, at Wimbledon, Medvedev moved up. He did not feel that he could stand deep. He thought he would get burned by the slice serve out wide, perhaps the Sinner serve and volley, and even the first ball drop shot.
So game points here for Jannik Sinner. Serve tee good. Medvedev goes through the middle. Sinner short ball, puts it away into the ad corner off the forehand side. Quick little hold to love for 1-all.
Yeah, I think tonight it is operational for Medvedev to vary that return position. Knowing Darren like I do, I feel like he would be, if Medvedev stands what we have seen over the years so deep behind the baseline, I think it opens up the court way too much. Advantage Sinner in that case.
Medvedev serving from the far side now at this 1-all juncture. Second serve is into the net. That is double fault number 3. And this is when you start to have alarm bells. I did see there was some definite discussion between the two Gilles up in the coach's box, Savara and Simon. after that last hold. Serve up the tee and gets a forehand, goes inside out, but Medvedev staying back. Now has a backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand middle. Medvedev run around forehand, inside in. Sinner tracks it down with the forehand. Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand cross. Medvedev strikes that ball well, but misses wide. And just like that, love 30.
And also a subtle difference with Kaboli and Sinner. Kaboli, in a number of rallies, actually tried to slow ball. Used the backhand slice well against Medvedev, directed it to the forehand, and extracted a number of errors. Not sure if Sinner's game plan is set up to slow ball an opponent.
Second serve good to a Sinner forehand middle. Medvedev forehand to a Sinner forehand cross that's going to miss long for 15-30.
I think the most important thing is he needs to use some sort of creativity, and that's what Sinner started to do to turn this head-to-head around, because the linear pace that bothers so many players against Sinner, Medvedev will soak it up.
Serve tee good. Backhand from Medvedev goes middle. Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backhand inside out, misses just wide. So it's going to be 2 break chances here for Jannik Sinner. 0 for 1 so far. Medvedev taking a look, seeing that that missed by about 2 millimeters or so. Although my metric system is not as good as it should be.
A small amount.
Okay, 2, 3, somewhere in that range. 15-40 serve. Tee netted. 8 of 15 so far. Second serve for Medvedev is good, but it's going to be a let. But yeah, with this start with the doubles, the 3 of them already, you could see Daniil go off the boil here in a second. Second serve good. Sinner goes forehand up the line. Medvedev backhand to a Sinner. Backhand slice. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand rolled to a Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Good depth. Now Sinner will have a backhand, goes cross once again. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Good angle. Medvedev backhand up the line is into the net. Jannik Sinner has an early break. The Carota boys are here, and they're loving this early start for Jannik Sinner with the 2-1 edge on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Tough match. It's going to be a lot of rallies, so hopefully be ready physically. It's going to be a physical match, also mental match. I won in Australia, he then won in Wimbledon, always 5 sets. So hopefully it's going to be a good match. We try to do our best on court. Hopefully you guys enjoy the next one, and then we'll see how it goes.
Jannik Sinner on facing Daniil Medvedev. That was 2 nights ago after he defeated Tommy Paul in straight sets 6-6. And 1. He neglected to mention that Miami match when he won 1 and 2 against Daniil.
Did you cover that one at all?
I was down there, yeah.
You were?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a spanking.
It is a spanking.
Yeah.
It's rare. Very rare.
Semi-final as well.
Mm-hmm. Sinner serving here at 2-1. Medvedev is deep against the back fence, now stepping into a backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand middle. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand middle. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner tracks that down. Backhand cross to a Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner rolls a forehand to a Medvedev forehand cross. Medvedev Sinner forehand up the line is launched. That is a dart for 15 love.
I remember that forehand. Running forehand, I think it was, match point of the Australian Open. Coming back from 2 sets to love down. A clean strike up the line to win his first title.
the ability he has out of the corners is otherworldly. It's just so impressive to watch. Sinner serving into the net. Again, Medvedev has retreated back to the back tarp once again, staying back there for a second serve. Sinner, that second is good to a backhand, goes middle, lands on the baseline. Now Medvedev stepping into a backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev goes backhand middle. Sinner runs around forehand to a Medvedev backhand up the line. Running forehand, Sinner. Medvedev goes forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand cross. Medvedev forehand middle. Sinner goes forehand up the line to a backhand from Medvedev cross. Sinner backhand. Medvedev goes backhand cross. Sliced by Sinner to a Medvedev backhand slice up the line. Sinner runs to a forehand up the line. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand middle. Drop shot from Jannik Sinner. Medvedev will get there. Backhand up the line. Good. 15-all.
Huge point. Strong hitting from both players. And again, what stood out for me, Mike, even though Sinner lost the point, was his ability when he was sliding into the corners. It's like he's doing a slalom, you know, kind of down a course and it's coming to the edge of the skis and then back over to recover for the next turn.
Boy, Woody, are you going to be shocked to learn that he skied when he was younger? You've never heard that story, right? 15-all. Lindsey Vonn still not here. Missed first serve up the tee. I think she's the only celebrity in the world not here tonight. This list that we have is unbelievable.
It's deep.
Second serve, good. Medvedev goes backhand through the middle. Sinner backhand to a Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner backhand rolled through the middle. Medvedev goes the same. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev track that down, big angle. Now he'll step into a backhand, goes cross again. Run around forehand from Sinner, inside out. Medvedev digs it out. Forehand again from Sinner, inside out. He's going to step into another one, this time inside in. Medvedev there through the middle. Sinner inside out, forehand. Medvedev digs it out. Sinner forehand into the deuce corner. Medvedev there, but it's into the net. Precision stuff there from Jannik Sinner, opening up the floodgates 30-15.
Floodgates from the forehand. It's quite balanced because he can hit this ball heavily from both wings, but the forehand there of Sinner dictating the point.
19-shot rally, the average rally length already over 5. That's what we expected from these two, and their capabilities from the baseline can both be very patient within a rally. 30-15 here for Sinner at 2-1. Serve, good. Medvedev lob return. Sinner was serving and volleying, retreats, but that lob did miss long. 40-15.
Yes, through the tournament, Sinner hasn't served and volleyed a whole lot. There's been a couple of matches he hasn't served and volleyed, but the times that he has, it's been minimal. But tonight, again, look how far back Medvedev is for this one.
And we just see the top half of his body. Serve tee is long. Let's see if he stays there. Just maybe one step forward. We can see his waistline at this point. Second serve for Sinner at 40-15. That's good to a Medvedev backhand middle. That's going to miss long. It's 3-1. I mean, to put it in perspective, I can tell you from having just watched the last match, they've had to adjust the camera so that they've zoomed out, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to show Medvedev at all. They've had to adjust the camera wide.
Just see the top of the racket swing through, no doubt. But yeah, standing that far back, and for him to hit the ball long, you actually have to give the ball a heavy strike, and over a lengthy period of a 5-set match, it takes energy.
I did a piece one time with Tennis TV where we talked to Daniil about why he does that and what he sees in the first couple swings. It is still one of the most fascinating discussions I've ever had with a player in my life, just talking about, okay, he said, if I hit the ball, I know how I hit the ball right off the racket, and then my brain processes whether to take 2 steps forward, 2 steps at an angle, 45 degrees, or 2 steps laterally if I hit it poorly. Fascinating and truly a brilliant man. It's down love 15 here in this 1-3 service game. Missed another first serve. Below 50% right now. The second serve is good to a Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backing up the line. Perfect. Sinner can't track that one down. I think that might have actually been a little bit of a mishit. Barely cleared the net, no pace on it, but it worked. 15-all. Daniil says this is his favorite tournament, his favorite city. He's done very well here. Best Grand Slam by a long margin. Lob return here from Sinner lands just long. After a good serve up the tee for 30-15.
Yeah, and probably the surface over the years, Mike, as well. As you know, when we've gone out there and hit ourselves to get an idea of the balls and the speed of the court, it has been a speedy court, and he's been able to maximise, get benefits from the court surface.
Swinging volley into the deuce corner for 40-15.
Although this year, balls are just a tad different. I would say not as pellet-like that they have in the past, and I think even the surface has slowed up a fraction.
I think so as well.
Just haven't got that same shine on top of it.
Running forehand from Medvedev. Sinner digs it out. Backhand slice from Medvedev. Sinner stepping into a forehand, misses long, so Medvedev digs himself out of that love 15 deficit, gets it to 3-2 midway through our first set. So Gilles Savara, you notice he's always wearing that Rangers cap. Big hockey fan, coach for Daniil Medvedev, and was reading a piece here in the New York Post locally, and just talking about how this particular Rangers cap that he's wearing was the lucky one. When Daniil won in 2021, he had purchased it back then at one of those vendors you see along the street. He didn't wear it again until last year before the tournament. Reached the final, obviously, did Daniil, and has thrown it back on here in 2024.
And not wearing it in between time at any other stage.
It's a match hat.
It's just saving it for the US Open.
It's a match hat.
Okay.
US Open match hat. He does go, anytime he goes to an NHL city, he'll buy a new hat.
Yeah.
It's a specific brand of hat. I think it's called 47.
Okay.
And he'll get one, Montreal. There he was wearing a Canadiens hat.
But this, I mean, I guess it doesn't take up a lot of space in your luggage.
No.
Cap.
No. You do have to get, if you're wanting it to look fresh, I mean, you need the protective cover, obviously.
Yeah.
If you wash it, you have to get one of those protective things for your laundry as well. This is not something that you've experienced, is it?
Well, I carry a few caps with me in my, but I don't have any protective cover. I think that's what I'm frowning at. I just shove it in the zipper.
Sounds painful. Could
the side pocket, and then pull it out when I need be.
Jannik Sinner with a 3-2 edge here in this first set. Is serving very well. 6 of 6 on his first serve points so far. 20 minutes in. And again, that shot tolerance question that always can come up in some of these matchups. Certainly, he's taking his time and is incredibly patient right now, is Sinner. 3-2 from the near side. Serve tee good. Medvedev there. I think he might have actually hit the back wall with his racket during that swing. Short forehand, easy winner for Sinner to 15 love.
I'm curious, when Sinner does step up to serve on that juice court, Medvedev is as far back as he is.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Sinner move over a little more to actually create the angle? He stands wider on the ad court here than he does when he's standing on the juice court.
Serve is missed out wide. Yeah, it's about, what, probably 5 feet to the left of the center hash.
Yep.
Second serve here for Sinner. That's good to a Medvedev backhand that goes middle. Sinner stepping into a forehand inside out, in behind it. Backhand from Medvedev. Volley from Sinner, world class. Medvedev there, gets it through the cross court. Volley from Sinner. Medvedev back into it. What defense from Daniil Medvedev. Finally a smile on his face. Wants the crowd to get into it. They respond. It's 15-all.
All those long limbs helping him track down the running forehand. Little disappointed with Jannik's reaction, though. Reaction meaning he took a few defensive steps back behind the service line. You just open up the territory of the court.
Spoken like a true Hall of Famer who knows how to move forward very well. 15-all.
Just hold your ground.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you go back to when you learned the game at 7, 8, 9, you always think about that idea. Just keep closing, finishing, and finding that angle. Serve good. Medvedev goes backhand inside out to a Sinner forehand cross. Medvedev forehand middle. Sinner forehand cross. Medvedev forehand cross as well. Good depth. Sinner forehand to a Medvedev backhand inside out. Sinner forehand roll to a Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner forehand cross. Medvedev forehand cross. Good. Sinner forehand cross off the net and into the benches there. So it's 15-30. And Gil, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about that return position as well from Medvedev, who is trying to show some different looks.
Yeah, you know, it's easy to fixate on the negative sides of a deep return position, but the numbers don't lie. Daniil Medvedev in the last year is 4th in break percentage on hard court. Only de Minaur, Sinner, and Alcaraz break more than him. But Sinner will mix in the serve and volley. And, you know, a couple years ago, Nick Kyrgios beat Medvedev in the 4th round here. He served and volleyed relentlessly.
Yeah, so that is the big question, how much Sinner is going to move forward here tonight.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, there are not enough players today. And from...
double from Sinner. His first of the night to set up a couple of break chances for Medvedev.
I would hate to think for Medvedev to play someone like Pat Rafter. How many times Pat Rafter would... I mean, it would be a rare occurrence for Pat to have stayed back.
Right.
But coaches today who don't have the experience of being players themselves are teaching their players not to serve and volley. So Medvedev doesn't feel the wrath of serve and volleys as much as what I think he should.
Sinner has a backhand middle. Medvedev matches. Sinner running around, forehand inside out. Medvedev backhand middle, just missing long. 30-40 now. It's also complicated because of the fact that obviously the technology has changed and the returns are coming back with more pace. And so that obviously has changed, but it's not about constant serve and volley. Now it's much more about mixing it and finding that variety.
At least trying it. And yes, granted, technology is advanced, but so can your volleys and reflexes. Just because one side lifts up, it doesn't mean that you can't enhance your serve and volley, your reflexes, your reactions.
Missed first serve here from Sinner in this 30-40 moment. At 3-2, second serve good. Medvedev backhand goes cross. Sinner runs around for a forehand. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner drop shot to the ad side. Medvedev there, backhand cross. Sinner backhand up the line. Medvedev picks up the volley. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev there with the volley. Sinner forehand. Medvedev, it's off his frame and just wide. Jannik Sinner saves 2 break chances to deuce.
Good read. Sinner picking Medvedev's short, he was running up to a short backhand, it went cross court. Sinner absolutely anticipated, and that kept the point alive.
Before this year, you rarely saw Jannik Sinner hit a drop shot. It's something he's added to his game, and I think opponents like Daniil Medvedev are who him and Darren Cahill and Simone Vagnozzi had in mind.
Yeah, with that position and how far back he will stand, it can be exploited. Serve up the tees into the net from Jannik Sinner, who's now down to 50%, 8 of 16. Second serve for Jannik. That goes to a backhand from Medvedev, goes through the middle. Sinner forehand cross, good one. Squash shot from Medvedev. Sinner in behind it. Lob from Medvedev, overhead smash into the crowd from Jannik Sinner for a game point. Medvedev coming to the bag here with his racket. I think he might be, is he saying that the frame might be cracked? He's looking at the throat of the racket there.
Something with the grip or the throat, yeah.
Gil, can you make out what he was looking at there?
No, I am trying to figure it out.
Has he gone and gotten a new racket, though?
Yeah, he took a new one out of his bag.
Oh, it is cracked. Yeah. We can see it now on our screens.
Okay, yep. You know what's interesting? He has dampeners on all of his rackets already in. Most players play with one dampener and they'll just, you know, move it to whichever racket they're playing with.
Game point here for Sinner, misses the first serve. When did the racket crack?
So I wonder if one of the rallies that when he's stretched and he put the racket down on the ground just to balance, maybe?
Or when he hit the back wall. He hit the back wall in the first point.
Yeah.
Swinging volley from Sinner. Medvedev forehand is into the net, 4-2. Yeah, there was nothing, there was no racket smash, anything like that that would cause a racket to crack like that in the throat. That's bizarre.
And if it cracked on the first point, why would you keep playing with a cracked racket? So it's, in that last point, it just obviously opened up even more. But fresh frame.
2-4. Original balls, last game with them, serving from the far side, T long. Second serve coming here for the tallest #1 in ATP history at 6'6". Second serve good. Sinner goes backhand. Now we'll step into a backhand middle. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand middle. Run around forehand for Medvedev is into the net. It's love 15. Both guys serving that percentage is hovering around the 50% mark. Medvedev 4 of 10 on his second serve points, along with those 3 double faults here tonight. Serve for Medvedev, love 15. T is long. Second serve here at love 15. Good to a Sinner backhand off the baseline and good. Now Sinner stepping into a forehand inside out. Perfect. Medvedev had to guess. He went deuce. Sinner made him pay. Love 30.
Certainly Sinner. Ball coming out of the center of the rackets, come out firing off of both wings. Just has that edge momentum at the moment.
Missed first serve into the net here for Medvedev. Second serve good. Sinner goes backhand up the line. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner digs that out. Medvedev goes backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Good bite. Medvedev backhand middle. Run around forehand for Sinner into the deuce corner. Running forehand for Medvedev's netted. 3 chances for the world #1.
Daniil's not happy with this new racket.
So the third racket of this game, or this 2 games, I should say, coming out
record,
of the bag.
Mike.
Huh. I'm flummoxed by when that racket break happened, and clearly it's just kind of in the head here of Daniil Medvedev, who's facing love 40 here at 2-4. Sinner about 15 feet behind the baseline. Serve tees well wide and also long. Serving woes continue. Both guys under 50% right now. Second serve for Daniil. That is good to a Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross misses wide. Now the racket might get cracked for real. Jannik Sinner grabs his second break. 5-2 will serve for the first set in a moment here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Mark Woodford in the booth. Gil Gross is courtside for this one, and I want to make sure, this is Gil's last night. Gil is this is his 4th year as part of the team and just continues to grow. Turn off his mic so he doesn't respond. But he just continues to grow and providing just incredible insight. We as a team really appreciate all of the hard work he does around the grounds. Prim Suripapat as well, who is also her last day, but just incredible members of the team and probably don't get enough credit for how much hard work and running they're doing. So I wanted to make sure I said that. You can turn Gil's mic back on.
Let me just wipe my eyes, have a few tears. Gil, please don't go.
Sinner goes forehand cross. Medvedev matches just off the baseline. Sinner hits the forehand up the line, now has to get to a backhand, goes middle. Medvedev backhand to a Sinner, forehand inside out. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner goes forehand cross to a Medvedev forehand cross that misses wide by the thinnest of margins for 15 love.
So well, since
Go
well,
ahead.
I thought Woody wasn't going to jump in, so I'm going to have to respond. It is an absolute honor to work with everybody on this team, and I feel incredibly lucky to be able to do this, and I'm so appreciative for all the work that everybody does.
Just don't be shy next year, Gil, about jumping on the tennis court.
I'm not scared.
You should be. You definitely should be. I've seen this man play when he wants to turn it on.
Mike's hit once.
That was enough.
It didn't come back again.
Second serve return misses long from Daniil for 30 love. Yeah, Medvedev again looking at his racket here, and yeah, I think he has not found one that is to his liking over the last couple of minutes. Backhand unforced errors now at 6. He's got 14 total for Daniil right now. Serve good. Medvedev backhand into the net. And set points for Jannik Sinner.
It doesn't seem settled at all as yet. One would expect to find a bit of range in the second set. But that's a job for the young Italian, just to keep the revs up on his engine.
Good forehand from Sinner into the deuce corner. Running forehand, Medvedev lands good. Sinner can't pick that one up off of the baseline. It's into the net, 40-15 now. (5-2), 40-15. 33 minutes in. Pretty comprehensive here for Jannik Sinner. Set point number 2. Missed long, trying to go body. Medvedev did adjust his return position here. Is much tighter to the baseline, still about 6 to 8 feet behind it. Second serve, good. Medvedev back in inside out. That's a return winner from that new return position, 40-30.
I like that position. Much more authoritative. The Sinner second serve, yes, there's quality to it, but I don't think it's anything that Daniil should be frightened of. Obviously, 6'6" frame. It's not like the kick serve is going to be getting up above his head.
Sinner T good. Medvedev forehand to a Sinner inside out forehand. Medvedev backhand cross off the net, back onto his side. Jannik Sinner. Yeah, 6-2, pretty comprehensive and not much to it. Early break, one late as well. One set down, couple more to go for the world number 1 here on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. It's Mike Cation, Mark Woodford, Gil Gross as well. Ended at 15 unforced errors there for Daniil Medvedev. Has to clean that up. No real statistical category that he's leading in, and yeah, much more akin to their matchup in Miami this year than at Australian Open or at Wimbledon. A little bit disconcerting to see him struggle as well with the racket, finding the right tension. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he sends 1 or 2 back to the stringer to find a different tension. It is a much cooler temperature as well.
We saw him on one of the change of ends with the towel around him. It's like things are a bit hot under the lights here of ash. So he's, even though it is a cooler night compared to some of the other evenings, but his engine is maybe just overheating at the moment. Needs to cool down, find some common ground, some steady ground. Holding serve first will certainly aid Medvedev.
Serving from the near side, misses his first serve out wide. He ended at 46% for the first set. Sinner 48%. Second serve good. Sinner forehand middle. Medvedev forehand middle. Sinner goes forehand inside out to a Medvedev dugout backhand. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backhand with an angle. Sinner matches. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand middle. Medvedev stays with a backhand, goes up the line, dug out by Sinner. Forehand from Medvedev. Forehand cross from Sinner. Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand up the line. It's into the net. It's 15 love.
And even in that rally, I was just watching Jannik Sinner backhand cross court, a couple down the line. Still no conscious effort to throw in the backhand slice. And in that rally, just to change it up, he could have at a stage or two, but nothing. Maybe he's saving that at, at a juncture when they go deeper into this match.
Short ball from Medvedev, gets it with a forehand lob here from Sinner. Medvedev's going to have an overhead, puts it away into the ad corner for 30 love.
No need to bring it in. You don't change a winning game. Certainly, when you're up 6-2, just keep motoring along here.
But you have it in the back pocket just in case you need to pull it out. Much like a
option,
a reverse card in Uno. You just never know when you're going to need that.
It's the you say the reverse card, not the ace if you're playing switch.
You could go a draw 4.
Wild card,
sure.
Yeah. Draw 4.
This backhand from Medvedev, and again that side has been a bit of an issue. 7 unforced errors out of now 16 have come off of that wing. 30-15 serve tees just wide. Second serve here for Medvedev at 30-15. That is long, trying to go tee. His 4th double of the night.
Not helping at all, the stats, and certainly get that feeling if the first serve percentage rises, it provides the opportunity for him to then start to dictate some of these rallies. It is Jannik Sinner that's getting the first strike and staying on top in the rally.
Second serve, Medvedev good to a Sinner forehand middle. Medvedev backhand behind him, chip from Sinner. Medvedev goes backhand cross, Sinner goes backhand middle. Forehand from Medvedev middle, Sinner forehand cross. Well, Medvedev called it long, but apparently it bounced off the baseline. My view was blocked, I think yours was as well, by Daniil's body, but that caught the back of the baseline, and it's a break chance here for Jannik Sinner. 4th time that he's had at least one break chance here tonight. 30-40 for Medvedev. Serve good. Lob return going to land short. Medvedev puts that away angrily to the deuce side. Apologizes to the crowd who got that ball. It's deuce.
And no real delay either. At break point down, it quickly up. So it's almost like he's just speeding things along. Fortunately finds that first serve.
Serve into the net here for Daniil in this first game of the second. Second serve for him, good. Now he's going to have a forehand cross. Medvedev going to step into a forehand middle now. Sinner goes rolled forehand to a Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner backhand middle, Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner tracks that down, but it's into the net off the backhand wing. And a game point. 41 minutes into this matchup. And yeah, even you mentioned it, how quickly he got into that point. Didn't even get to see the replay of whether the ball hit the baseline or not. Medvedev has to dig out a backhand. Sinner's going to hit an inside-out forehand into the net. Medvedev survives a break chance. 1-love here. Almost a carbon copy of what we saw in the first game of the first set as well, where he faced a break chance, was able to fight it off, but just portends bad things when you see him continue to struggle with the serve. 3 of 8 in that particular game, 44% for the night, and you know that has been the biggest issue for him through this 2024 campaign.
I believe he has made some general comment about players at the US Open. He doesn't necessarily feel like that some of the past or the players that have done well at the US Open is just a funny tournament. That serving percentages of players that go deep, it's not always bright. Feels like it's just a really hard-fought tournament. Certainly, I feel like even in the doubles, you can never trust what's happened in the early part of the year.
Sure.
Even the doubles event here, just sometimes you get some really unusual results.
Backhand from Sinner goes cross to a Medvedev backhand. Sinner backhand cross misses long for love 15.
Well, I felt the need to follow up with Daniil about his right shoulder, because over the course of clay court season when his serve was struggling, he said, yeah, you know, it's an injury and I'm not practicing my serve. So I'm not missing matches, but I'm not hitting serves in practice, and that's why the level isn't there. But Daniil denied that is still an issue. He said, nope, that's a thing of the past, and it's all good now.
Well, clearly not necessarily so. There are a couple of fans right behind Daniil who are not yet settled into their seats, so Sinner is pausing and waiting for them to get settled. Now ready to go. Love 15 serve good. Lob return lands on the service line, and Sinner dispatches that into the ad corner for 15-all.
He's averaging 118 miles per hour on his first serve in this match so far. That's about where he's been all year long, but you compare him to Sasha Zverev, also 6'6". Zverev averages 127. 9 miles per hour faster.
Yeah, that's pretty sizable difference. There's no doubt about it. Serve here at 15-all is good. Medvedev backhand lands good. Sinner forehand to a Medvedev forehand middle. Sinner forehand middle. Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner the same. Medvedev forehand up the line. Running backhand from Sinner. Medvedev there. Backhand cross. Sinner digs a backhand up to the net, but back onto his side. It's 15-30.
Yeah, in that case, I think I'd take Zverev's first serve, but I'll take Medvedev's second serve.
Even with the 4 double faults already here tonight?
Just not tonight in general.
Of course, Zverev has certainly had his case of the yips at many times over the years, most notably in 2020. 15-30 here for Sinner into the net. Second serve at 15-30. That's good. Backhand from Medvedev goes cross. Sinner digs that out, lands on the baseline. Medvedev back into a Sinner runaround forehand. Medvedev backhand up the line, running forehand from Sinner on the baseline and good. Medvedev slips, gets up, he hits a backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand cross. Medvedev goes backhand cross. Sinner back into this backhand trade through the middle. Sinner runaround forehand inside out. This one doesn't catch the baseline. Just missed by the thinnest of margins. And 2 chances for Daniil Medvedev here at 15-40.
Second time tonight Medvedev stands ready to return at this position. 15-40 when Jannik was serving at 3-2.
I think we'll see a serve and volley here.
Oh, that's a bold statement. Up against the back tarp is Medvedev. 15-40 serve. Sinner good. Medvedev forehand into the bottom of the net. And Gil, I hate to say it, incorrect.
It's rare.
Boy.
It wasn't really, I mean, maybe he hesitated, Gil, because the serve didn't really, I mean, it wasn't a big first serve.
114.
And it didn't find a corner either.
Right.
It was a bad miss.
30-40 here for Jannik Sinner, near side, serve out wide, just misses wide. He was serving and volleying there.
Yeah.
Gil was just off by a point. 1 point. Second serve, Sinner, good. Medvedev chip return to the ad corner, run around forehand for Sinner. Medvedev digs out a backhand cross. Sinner inside out forehand again. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner forehand goes to the deuce corner. Medvedev tracks that down. Sinner forehand up the line to backhand Medvedev. Volley for Sinner. Medvedev lob. Overhead good. Medvedev there. Backhand line and perfect. Oh, Daniil Medvedev grabs the early break here in the second. He leads 2-love.
And I mean, would have you picked that? I feel like it's come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Accuracy with the two-hander. A quick look over to the chair umpire. Wasn't so sure that that may be caught back of the line.
And especially with it being so loud in there, when you have one of those extended points, you could just tell he didn't know if a call had come or not. 15 love, free point off of the third. From the far side, Sinner matching Medvedev's return position. Lob return, lands good. Swinging volley from Medvedev. Sinner goes backhand cross that will miss wide. Should say it was going to land good. I didn't expect him to take that out of the air. A bit of a risky play for Daniil, but handled impeccably. Hoodies on a lot of fans in the stands right now with these cooler temperatures. 30 left serve good. Medvedev's going to have a forehand, goes inside in. Sinner tracks that down. Medvedev forehand cross is going to miss well long. 30-15.
Forgot to rotate. It just seemed like it was chest forward and the hips as well. Just nothing came around, and it was just a very disheveled forehand.
That's what he does well. Disheveled everything.
Yeah, yeah, it's unconventional.
Correct. Very friendly way of putting it. Second serve's good. Backhand to backhand. Now Sinner stepping into an inside-out forehand. Lob, Medvedev, Sinner overhead. Good. Into the deuce corner. Almost decapitates a member of the ball crew with the speed of that overhead. 30 all now.
Yeah, taking care of a neutral ball offered to him. Sinner with the forehand in the off direction, and then just betting, trusting himself with the transition forward.
It's a bit of an opening here. 30 all serve tee is just wide for the night. Medvedev has won just 6 of 19 second serve points. Second serve, good. Sinner forehand to a Medvedev forehand inside out. Sinner tracks down a backhand cross. Medvedev backhand up the line. Sinner rolls a forehand to a Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner forehand cross. Medvedev goes forehand middle, but it's into the net. Routine miss from Daniil Medvedev and a break chance for Sinner.
Number one seed, just probing Medvedev's forehand.
6th service game for Daniil Medvedev. He's faced a break chance in 5 of them. 30-40, serve, tee, net, and long. Second serve, Medvedev takes 1 step to his left. Second serve, kicker. Sinner backhand misses just long. By the thinnest of margins through the middle of the court. Deuce.
Very similar to last night's match, Dimitrov and Francis Tiafoe. Tiafoe was bullying the Dimitrov serve. He was hanging on by a thread.
Forehand to forehand we go. Medvedev now Sinner forehand cross. Medvedev tracks that down. Sinner goes forehand up the line to a Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev goes backhand up the line. Good. Chip from Sinner. Just misses long. And a game point for Daniil.
Beautifully redirected. 6'6". Medvedev backhand cross court, and then just smoothly angles. There's no angle, just directs it up the line.
Daniil this time taking a lot of time before this game point on his serve from the far side. Tosses up, serve tee good. Sinner's reply is into the net. Daniil Medvedev has opened up a 3-love lead here in the second. The quarterfinals of the US Open on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Well, it's great to be with you here. The winner of this one takes on Jack Draper. I did not have Draper winning 15 of 15 sets on my bingo card for this U.S. Open, Woody. It's a very impressive performance for him to get through to the semifinals without losing a set.
Without a doubt. Yeah, against Alex de Minaur as well. I felt like today there was opportunities for the Australian to kind of mount a bit of a comeback, but he was met with defiance by Jack Draper.
Also wondered about the physicality. There seemed to be times during that match when Demon was not moving at his top speed, and as you know all too well, if he doesn't have the ability to be physical, just can't compete at the highest of levels, and that's kind of been one of the stories for him when he does get a little bit
and I think through my experience of being a player and commentating, when a player just gets tight in a match, it's hard, and if they survive that match, it's hard to break out of it in the next round.
So not up after a drop shot from Medvedev.
But Alex, very tough match against fellow Australian Jordan Thompson the round before. It was a very tight match towards the end, and just felt like that Alex was still feeling it a little bit in that match today.
It's certainly a great result for British tennis here to see the same year that Andy Murray retires and steps away. Somebody does step in and fill that void here in New York. It is 15-all here in this love 3 service game. Serve is good to a Medvedev forehand middle. Sinner has to roll that. Medvedev goes back in cross in behind it. Touch volley. Sinner picks it up. Medvedev overhead into the ad corner. It's 15-30. Look at this push from Daniil. Couple of drop shots mixed in here in this game as well. I don't know if that was a double bounce. That looked very close. Regardless, at love 3, Sinner serving 15-30. Medvedev way back at the back wall. Serve T net. Medvedev now stepping about 3 feet behind the baseline, so a lot tighter to the net. Stepping into it now. Will go backhand up the line. Sinner rolls a forehand middle. Medvedev has to dig that out. Sinner forehand inside in. Medvedev matches forehand middle. Sinner rolls a forehand. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand cross. Medvedev the same. Sinner backhand cross with more angle. Now Sinner goes backhand cross again. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand middle. Medvedev stays with the backhand. Sinner rolls around forehand to a Medvedev backhand cross that misses long, and it's 30-all. $19-shot rally there.
For me, that's the kind of rally that Daniil wants to play. I mean, Sinner won the point, but it's very neutral, lengthy, physical,
almost
rhythmic.
Like he's daring Sinner to be the one to run around and try to get to that forehand so that Medvedev can counter. Serve is good. Medvedev forehand serve and volley from Sinner. Puts away a volley into the ad corner. Medvedev nods his head.
Yeah, I think he should be doing that once a game, to be completely honest. On the deuce side, use the slider out wide, come in. I mean, we've seen Djokovic do it with great success. Alcaraz as well. Force Medvedev to move that return position up and then start going hard into the body.
With a game point at 40-30, serve good. Medvedev backhand middle. Drop shot from Sinner. Medvedev's going to get there. Goes backhand cross. Sinner. Yeah, looked like, did you see that as well, Woody? Just looked like he lost his footing ever so slightly. That did happen in the third set against Tommy Paul as well. Looked like he struggled a little bit after it was late. He went one way and the rest of his body went another, and just have a little bit of concern there. Slow to get up off of it there on that point as well.
I didn't see it in that particular match, but I just shudder any time that these guys are attempting a slide.
Yep. So we'll keep an eye on it, just make sure the physicality is okay. Didn't seem to bother him the rest of the third set against Tommy Paul. Doesn't seem to be bothering him right now, but just keep that in the back pocket there for later. Still game point now for Jannik Sinner. serve out wide is long. Second serve for the world #1. As Medvedev again adopts a much tighter return position here on Sinner's game point. Second serve T. Medvedev goes forehand to Sinner, forehand rolled. Medvedev backhand middle, Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backhand middle, Sinner backhand inside out to a Medvedev forehand. Sinner forehand up the line to a Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand middle, Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner runs around inside out forehand to a Medvedev backhand cross, dug out by Sinner. Medvedev run around forehand inside out. Sinner has to lob that back off the backhand side. Swinging volley from Medvedev into the ad corner for deuce.
Well, certainly finding a bit of a push here, isn't he, Medvedev?
It's one of the first times, I think, on the night that he's run around to get to a forehand in the ad corner. And maybe once or twice other than that, but good to see him show, again, a little bit a different look here.
Yep, and a nice patch, and how handy would a second breaker serve go his way.
Forehand to forehand we go right now. Sinner has to dig out a forehand. Medvedev stepping in, forehand cross, chip back from Sinner. Medvedev still's at the baseline. Sinner again has to dig out from the deuce corner. Medvedev goes back to it. Sinner there for it. Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand up the line to a Medvedev backhand back up the line. Sinner forehand. Medvedev forehand up the line to a Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand up the line, just long into the deuce corner. It's a break chance here for Daniil.
And to me, if my eyes aren't deceiving me, it looks like now Medvedev has just taken maybe a step closer to the baseline, starting to control the rally.
Yeah.
Sinner's actually reacted and gone back a step, and it seems to be reacting to the ball striking of Medvedev.
He is 1 of 4 on his break chances on the night, 1 of 2 here in the set. Again, close to the camera pit for his return position. Sinner serve. Missed wide. Second serve for Jannik at the 1 hour mark. Good. Medvedev backing up the line. Just misses by the thinnest of margins in the deuce corner. Back to deuce.
It's another occasion. Felt like it was a positive move by Medvedev to just a little closer to the baseline and actually drift into the return. Helps with the trajectory.
Deuce number 3 here. Sinner serving. T. Medvedev backhand, and Sinner had served and volleyed once again. He was on top of the net when that ball crossed it. Easy forehand volley into the ad corner for a game point. Back to Gil's idea that can be mixed in once in a while here, once a game, twice a game, to keep Daniil honest.
And in particular, when you see Daniil use a one-handed backhand slice, you know that it's going to be a defensive return. So you can accelerate your move forward, close down the net.
With a game point, serve out wide, Daniil backhand middle. Drop shot from Sinner is a good one. Medvedev there, backhand up the line. That's well done. Good balance as he makes contact. Back to deuce number 4.
Well, speaking of taking off one hand, when you hit a drop shot against Medvedev, it better be very good, because he is so good when he gets up to the ball at actually driving it. He does not switch to the continental grip and slice unless it's very, very low. So he actually gets some speed on the ball once he gets up there.
These two just killing it at the net right now, both above 80%. Net points won. Backhand from Medvedev lands good. Sinner goes backhand middle. Medvedev matches. Sinner goes backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand middle. Run around forehand for Sinner. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand up the line, but it's into the net. Break chance once again for Medvedev.
And just as a follow-up to those drop shots, Gil, you were on the call with the Medvedev-Caboli match, and the Italian on that night actually drop shotted well to the forehand side of Medvedev. He's actually picked up quite a number of points in that direction. I don't know if I'd be drop shotting to Medvedev's backhand too often.
Break chance number 2 here for Medvedev. Sinner serve netted. Again, Daniil wants to come forward.
top of the baseline here, maybe a foot behind it. Second serve, good. Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner backhand cross, Medvedev the same. Sinner goes backhand cross, Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner backhand cross, Medvedev backhand middle, run around forehand for Sinner, Medvedev backhand middle, another run around forehand for Sinner, Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner stays with the backhand this time, Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner backhand middle, Medvedev backhand middle, Sinner backhand slice through the middle, Medvedev inside out forehand, stays back however, another forehand inside in, tracked down by Sinner, Medvedev forehand cross, Sinner goes forehand middle, Medvedev forehand cross, Sinner forehand crosses into the net, it's another break for Daniil Medvedev, it's 4-love in the second.
I mean, it's such a surprise. I never would have felt this 4-love start, given the first set, the way that played out.
On top of it, the fact that Sinner had a break chance in the opening game here to really continue that momentum. But since then, it's been all Daniil Medvedev.
And he missed a backhand return on said break point on an 83-mile-per-hour second serve. We thought, you know, okay, he made a mistake, but there will be more chances to come. Turns out it was a huge momentum swing.
I think I just heard a foot fault there. Is that correct, Gil? Serve with a backhand now for Medvedev, who hits a forehand this time into the net, love 15.
I think it was a regular fault.
Okay. My ears deceive me from time to time. Simone Biles, one of the numerous celebrities in the house here tonight. Had one GOAT last night, Federer. GOAT here tonight on the gymnastics side. Serve T, rolled back by Sinner. Medvedev forehand to a Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev digs that out. Sinner run around forehand to the deuce corner. Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner forehand in behind it. Medvedev backhand is into the net. It's love 30.
Stan Smith is sitting one row behind Simone Biles in the champion suite.
I think Grant Hill's there too, right?
Yes, and he was right behind Biles, but Stan Smith stole Grant Hill's seat. And then if you go a couple rows further, we have Kamal Murray and Zina Garrison.
I've heard of those two people. We have Zina here. She'll be on the call tomorrow night for Sabalenka and Navarro. Backhand to backhand we go right now. Sinner goes backhand up the line to a running forehand Medvedev. Sinner forehand, Medvedev forehand up the line to a Sinner backhand that misses up the line. 15:30 now.
Please do not use flash photography. Thank you.
Gil, no flash photography, all right?
I just can't believe Renaud Lichtenstein was able to read that sign language, because Sinner didn't say flash photography. He just popped his fingers out, and Renaud knew exactly what he meant.
Missed first serve up the tee for Medvedev. Second serve upcoming. Good. Sinner rolls a forehand to a Medvedev forehand up the line. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev goes backhand up the line. Sinner forehand cross into the net. It's 30 all. "32 minutes into this set, so even though it's only been 4 games, the length of these games, multiple deuces and multiple games. Serve out wide. Medvedev goes forehand back to the deuce corner, right into the body of Sinner, who responds with a backhand into the net. And a game point for Medvedev. 24 points to 16 here in this second set. Serve good. Sinner forehand short. Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner digs it out. Medvedev goes forehand cross. Sinner forehand up the line to a Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev forehand inside out is into the net. We're at deuce. This is game number 5 of this set. 4 of them to deuce at this stage. We just actually, this is absolutely nuts. We got a second notification of some more celebrities that are in the crowd here tonight. Orlando Bloom is here. He's famous. Actor.
Solo, not with Katy Perry.
Katy Perry is promoting her album right now. I think it's not going well.
It's not
going well.
Her stocks are American Idol hasn't kind of helped.
No, plummeting. album sales. What's not plummeting is Jannik Sinner's stock. He's got a break chance here. 0 for 2 in the set. Serve out wide is wide. A neighbor of yours, Tommy Haas, in the building as well. Second serve, good. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev digs out a backhand. Sinner forehand to a Medvedev forehand middle that's short. Drop shot from Sinner to the deuce side. Medvedev gets it, pokes it up the line. Backhand Sinner. Volley from Medvedev, who stayed, and Sinner went right to him. Easy finish. Deuce now.
Well, I wonder whether just the no pace of Medvedev. He dropped shots to the forehand, so that's a good sign. But have a look at the way that Medvedev just picked it up, came underneath the ball, no pace, and very tough for Sinner to derive any pace himself on the passing shot.
So deuce once again. Medvedev 8 of 8 at the net in this set. Serve at deuce, T ace. First of the night for Daniil Medvedev. And a game point.
It's kind of shocking that it's his first. An hour 9 into this match, but it's very difficult to ace Sinner. He's so long.
Exactly. Yeah, that frame to be jealous of. But that's 2 in a row, this time going out wide, Daniil Medvedev. He has opened up a 5-love lead here in the second on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
A very big US Open for American tennis. 4 semifinalists from the United States here. 2 on the men's side, 2 on the women's side. Big night tomorrow night. Emma Navarro will be in action, taking on Arina Sabalenka, followed by just that incredible match that we're anticipating between Pegula and Muhova. And then, of course, Fritz and Tiafoe, they'll be in action on Friday, as we're in the first point of this 6th game. Missed from Daniil Medvedev, misses long for 15-love. But certainly it's been a long time coming on the men's side, matching the women here this year. And yeah, that Fritz Tiafoe is going to be electric on Friday. Sinner, 15-love. Serving from the near side, tosses up, serve good. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner rolls a forehand good. Medvedev forehand inside out. Bit of a slap from him there, misses wide. It is 30-love. Much better serving from both players in this set. 64% for Sinner, despite this love 5 scoreline. 58% for Medvedev, and they're both above 50% for the night. Serve T long. Second serve for Jannik Sinner. That's good to a Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner digs that out. Medvedev stepping into a forehand that's into the net. Game points here. Hour and 13 minutes in, and Medvedev picking up a piece of refuse and taking it into the sidelines.
Clearing off the court. Game points for Sinner. Misses long. Second serve upcoming for the world number 1, who's 3 of 9 on his second serves in the set. Serve good. Medvedev, big backhand, but misses into the net. So harmless hold to love for Jannik Sinner to make it 5-1 here in this second set. But of course, on the racket of the 5 seed, Daniil Medvedev, trying to close out this second set. Darren Cahill actually taking a long look right now at the tablet with all of the statistics that are provided to the coaches in the coaches box, and I think he's going to try to decipher what he can from the numbers. Serve is long from Medvedev. Second serve for him at 5-1. That Let was going T with that kicker. Sinner actually taking a long look over at his box after that second serve. Second's good. Sinner goes backhand short. Medvedev inside out forehand lands good. Forehand winner for 15 love. 12 winners in the set, 11 unforced. On the other side, 4 winners for Jannik Sinner to 11 unforced errors. Just a massive difference there. Serve good. Sinner backhand to a Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand slice lands good. Medvedev forehand middle. Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev forehand inside out to a Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backhand to a Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner goes backhand up the line to a running forehand Medvedev. Sinner inside out forehand stays back. Now digs out a backhand that will miss wide. It's 30 love.
I mean, that's the problem right there for Sinner. He won that point against 95% of players. He had a good setup backhand down the line. He roped a forehand inside out. I mean, it was a huge forehand, but Medvedev is a pace absorber. Andrei Rublev said he's unrushable.
Serve out wide and a chip return into the net. 3 set points for Medvedev. Going to be interesting to see who leaves the court here after the second set. We've moved relatively quickly here considering the level from both players. Forehand from Medvedev, good into the deuce corner. Hold to love, shuts down set number 2. In this best of 5, now best of 3. Come back for set number 3 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, certainly not how we drew up what we thought was going to happen here tonight, Woody.
No, I mean, again, as Gil mentioned, that very first game of the second set, Medvedev serving, second serve, Sinner barely misses the return. But it's almost like that has changed. That was the impetus for just a complete change around. Eased the tension off of Medvedev's shoulders, and away he went, motored through that set.
It appears that Jannik Sinner has departed the court for just a couple minutes. Gil, did you notice anything in terms of any interactions with Jannik and his team up in the box? Although Jannik is here, actually. Did you notice anything? It looked like there were a couple moments late in that set where Jannik was looking over and Darren Cahill was on top of it, just trying to find something on that tablet with all the stats. Did you notice anything?
Yeah, they're searching right now. So there's a dialogue happening. Jannik Sinner at one point held up a 2. You know, I'm not sure exactly what that means, of course, but I think the point is they're going to the well, and they're going to try to probably make some changes at the start of this third set because they're in thinking mode.
Well, now I find myself thinking back to something you were talking about early. What is the backhand slice now? Does that factor into maybe
that get incorporated?
An adaptation here?
It also court positioning. You know, whether Jannik is able to retain his court position closer to the baseline. Certainly was reacting to the ball striking of Medvedev.
First time that Sinner has lost a 6-1 set since January of 2023, according to Braxton, one of our producers. Love 15 after a missed forehand from Sinner. Lob return from Medvedev. Swinging volley Sinner. Medvedev there. Drop volley from Sinner is good. It's 15-all.
Well, certainly Vagnozzi and Cahill trying to ramp up the energy at the start of this set. They were on their feet after that point for 15-all.
They are typically pretty quiet. They do let Sinner make the adjustments if he wants to. A lot of that soul searching and problem solving that Jannik Sinner is obviously so incredibly good at. Lob return here from Medvedev lands good. Sinner forehand inside out. Medvedev digs out a backhand. Now stepping closer to the baseline for a backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand cross. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner goes backhand middle. Medvedev digs out a backhand but misses just long through the middle of the court for 30-15.
Be a good game, wouldn't it, for Sinner? Just to draw the line in the sand here. Start afresh, hold serve. Just put an end to that slide. Doesn't want to turn it into any avalanche.
A lot of snow references, skiing references here tonight from you. Serve, good out wide, in behind it, easy volley to the deuce corner. Medvedev can't come up with that one, and that's the perfect volley, right? It's not that drop volley. It looks like it's a drive volley, but it ends up a little bit short into the court as well.
Yeah, you've got some safety there built in because of the serve. Medvedev's court position way off, way behind that baseline.
So game points here for Jannik. First game of the third set. Serve good. Medvedev forehand into the net. Comfortable hold there for 1-love in this third set. Neither player has gone to 5 sets so far here in this U.S. Open. Looks like is Sinner. Oh, he's got a ball change here. I thought he was sending some. Yeah, he is. He's sending some rackets back to get restrung, Woody. Looks like he's sending 2 back with string to the stringers.
I'm sure he's in that tennis bag would be maybe 6, you would think, minimum 6. Not sure whether Jannik is one of those that will have 6 freshly strung on a daily basis.
I don't typically see them send the rackets back with string.
Right. You see that in front of you, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Two rackets have been sent back.
Okay, and Renaud Lichtenstein, the chair umpire, was just on the phone making sure that the instructions are all set in the middle of this point here at love 1 on the Medvedev serve. He's at the net. Swinging volley from him misses wide for love 15.
As comfortable up at net is Medvedev, in my opinion, and that was in a difficult height range as well. It wasn't a high forehand volley, but it was too low to be an overhead.
Short return. Medvedev goes back in up the line. Running forehand from Sinner misses wide. That's where he can be so dangerous on the run on that forehand side. But it is 15-all.
I just don't see Chavera or Jules Simon feeding Medvedev balls up around that high to practice it. Darren, if he's on the court with Jannik, for sure he'd be getting balls up around there as well.
Double fault for Daniil, first in a while. Yeah, since the opening game of set number 2, but that puts him in some trouble here. The 5th double fault gets us to 15-30. serve T, good. Short return. Medvedev loops a forehand to a Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Better angle. Now Sinner stepping into a backhand cross. Medvedev goes backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand cross. Bigger angle. Dug out by Medvedev. Sinner backhand to a Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev goes backhand up the line. Forehand from Sinner is looped. Now he goes backhand middle. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner backhand cross. Good angle. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Just missing long for 30 all.
Sinner can try to beat Medvedev in that game, but that's Medvedev's best game. They're just drilling neutral ground strokes from the baseline. East-west tennis.
You think backhand to backhand, Medvedev has the edge there, Gil?
I do. I think it's a more consistent backhand.
And frankly, we talked about the fact he had 7 unforced errors on that backhand wing in the first set, which was probably the reason he lost that first set so badly. Missed return here from Jannik Sinner, and immediately looks over at his team after that missed return. Game point here from Medvedev.
You go with the forehand to forehand battle. You'd give the edge to the Italian. Movement really equal.
Backhand to backhand we go once again. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner run around forehand to a forehand on the run from Medvedev that misses just wide for deuce.
One of the things that Sinner started to do more against Medvedev is change direction with that backhand down the line so that he isn't going toe-to-toe with Medvedev on the backhand.
Deuce now. Serve. T. Second serve, good. Sinner rolls it back into a Medvedev backhand. Sinner inside in forehand. Tracked down by Medvedev, but short and into the net. Break chance, Jannik Sinner. Went 0 for 2 in set number 2. 2 of 6 on the night.
A neutral ball, thanks to the heavy return. That got the neutral response.
Medvedev goes back in up the line, dug out by Sinner with a forehand. Medvedev forehand on the run backwards, not surprisingly into the net. We've just flipped the script once again. Sinner to love.
We were talking about different scenarios at a set apiece. Do we have a tight third set that could be the script that would lay the groundwork for the winner? Or do we just see a complete flip back to the outcome of set 1?
We've had early breaks now in all 3 sets.
Yeah.
And the first 2 obviously just runaways from there. Sinner serve and a volley. Good. Drop volley. Medvedev got it up, it appears. Well, he says he didn't. Regardless, the volley was put away.
And it doesn't have to be the best first volley. When you've got your man out on their doubles alley, you serve and volley. It was a tough one for Jannik, but he just bunted it into the open court. You're in such a positive position. Just got to be prepared to maybe play a second volley as well.
Guys, Medvedev has challenged. So it was called a double bounce.
Oh, did he?
And Daniil is challenged. I am terrified of this scenario because if Daniil gets it right and they have to replay the point, that will not be fair to Jannik. Sinner had the easiest put-away volley you could imagine.
It won't get overturned. We're able to see it up here, Gil, and I would be absolutely stunned, flabbergasted. I mean, it's clear as day that it bounced twice.
Yep. I'm getting a look at it now as well on the Jumbotron. Yep, okay.
This would be shocking.
I'm surprised that they're actually playing this on the Jumbotron then. I thought it was for chair umpire eyes only.
Still a work in progress, Woody. 15 love serve out wide is wide, was coming in behind that serve as well. Second serve here, 2 love in the third, 15 love. Second, good. Medvedev backhand into the net. 30 love.
Daniil Medvedev has 2 challenges remaining.
I suppose that's how it goes. I'm trying to think about some other, I mean, in football, I suppose it can be the same. You might miss instant replay showing something that happened and you could have run, kept running for a touchdown, but maybe they challenged whether you were out of bounds or not. Another serve and volley here for Sinner, 40-love, and I guess that's kind of what you have to live with. That's going to be the case. 5 of 5, net points 1 right now for Jannik Sinner in this set. That's pretty good.
In 2 games, 2 and a bit games.
Game points for the Italian. Serve T, net. Second serve, good. Medvedev back into a Sinner, rolled forehand. Medvedev forehand cross, Sinner digs that out. Medvedev forehand cross, Sinner forehand middle. Backhand from Medvedev to a Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backhand inside out to a Sinner forehand rolled middle. Medvedev backhand cross, will miss long. It's another early break, this time for the Italian. He leads 3-love in set number 3 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, certainly been a fascinating matchup between Jannik Sinner, Daniil Medvedev, version number 13, kind of matching in some ways so far how those previous 12 matchups have gone. First 6 to Medvedev, next 5 to Sinner. Anything can happen from here, but Jannik does have a nice early lead here at 3-love. Medvedev serving from the near side, serves out wide. Missed return up the line from Sinner for 15-love. Again, Jack Draper gets the winner. 3-set win over Alex de Minaur. Medvedev serving T. Return through the middle. Medvedev inside out forehand. Sinner digs out a backhand. Medvedev short ball inside out forehand in behind it. No need for a volley. That backhand off of the net post almost decapitates a member of the ball crew once again.
Oh, remember a time, Mike, we used to have a linesman. Do they have the hand over there? If they'd been in place there, they might have been sent to hospital. They weren't able to actually track the ball in those days either. They had to have constantly their finger on the net. Yeah.
Actually,
a long time ago.
A couple years ago, I was doing a challenger. We were in an indoor venue, and because of just the ambient noise, none of the chairs could hear a net cord because they don't have the machines at the challenger level.
Okay.
So they had to send somebody out there and have them wear a baseball helmet so that they didn't get their head flopped.
Oh,
I have pictures of it somewhere. I was calling it, and there was just a guy with a big old helmet. It was in Champaign, Illinois, where I used to live, and they had a big Illinois baseball helmet on their head. It was a very odd situation. Speaking of odd, 30-all here as this odd match continues on the Medvedev serve. Second serve upcoming here at love 3. Serve good. Sinner forehand middle. Medvedev forehand up the line to a Sinner backhand. Medvedev backhand middle. Run around forehand for Sinner. Goes to the deuce corner. Now Sinner digs out a forehand but missing well long. Game point for Daniil.
40-30.
Hour 32 to get here. Serve up the tees just wide. Second serve, Medvedev is good to a Sinner backhand cross. Daniil digs that out. Medvedev going to have a backhand, goes cross. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev goes backhand cross, but just misses wide. Medvedev smacks the ball into the deuce corner in frustration as we're at another deuce.
You almost feel like you're oversimplifying, but it's like we're back to where we were in the first set, where Medvedev is missing more neutral balls than he should be.
To that point, he has 7 unforced errors and 0 winners, Gil. That's not good. Second serve at deuce, good. Sinner forehand to a Medvedev forehand into the net. And he throws up his hands to say, what is happening? That is unforced error number 8. Break chance for Sinner to essentially put us into a 4th set. Serve good up the tee. Sinner forehand lands good. What a return. Now he has a backhand up the line. He paints it. Well struck, as perfectly as you can put together 2 shots on both sidelines. 4-love, Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, a bit of artistry there. Certainly painting the line with the return. And then the approach shot. You kind of figure that approach shot, he might not have gone to such a small target. Precisely struck.
Medvedev is having an argument right now.
Yeah, let's. Okay, we can't quite hear it because Medvedev's back at the baseline arguing with Renaud Lichtenstein. But basically, he was arguing the call on the first ball, the return from Sinner, and saying that the point should have been stopped there. But obviously, you know, that's kind of the rule. You have to challenge it immediately if you want to challenge that the electronic line calling was incorrect. Second serve here at 4-love, backhand to backhand. Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev running around, forehand misses well long. I think he's done with this set. 15-love. First time he's gotten really agitated. 12 of the last 15 points going the way of Jannik Sinner. It's 19-7 in the set. Serve long. Trying to go out wide. Second serve. Sinner, good. Backhand Medvedev up the line, misses just wide. Eye roll from Daniil Medvedev as he's missed another one by 1 millimeter.
Incredible. Still liking that type of play, though, for Medvedev, just to take on the second serve of Sinner.
Serve into the net from Jannik. Second serve from him. That's good. Medvedev forehand cross, missed it long. Not a care in the world right now for Daniil.
I heard a stomp from Sinner's side of the net. Almost
Stomp?
like he was, yeah, it was almost like he was faking that he was going to come in behind that second serve. Then he stayed back and Medvedev overhit it.
Serve for Sinner up the tee. Swat forehand from Medvedev. Now going to swat another forehand in behind it. It'll be an angry volley, but he doesn't get the chance at it. The ball did hit the net, stayed on Sinner's side. 40-15 now.
40-15.
You know, it's interesting. I was reading an article about Daniil, specifically about some of the times he has had those tantrums on court where he does get a little animated. He's very funny, obviously, but he said that he's now been, you know, seeing it in his daughter at times, and it's caused him to reflect on some of those outbursts that, you know, she has when maybe she doesn't get a toy at the right time, and he's saying, well, maybe I need to back off just a little bit here. Serve off the net and long.
A little sympathy for the chair umpire, because they how they try to help.
They're the parents in this situation.
That's right, yeah.
Backhand to backhand we go right now. Run around forehand now from Sinner. Crushes that forehand into the deuce corner. It is blowout city here in this third set, as it was in the first, as it was in the second. It is 5-love now in this third set. Fist pump from Jannik Sinner towards his team
As he sits down, we get a look at Gil Gross on our screens. Look at him there, Woody. You can see him right on the... That's a big smile. That was a good smile from Gil Gross. You look good, buddy.
Thanks, guys. I put on my best polo, finishing off strong.
As you should, as you should. Woody, these matches are just... I'm sure you were involved in them from time to time where there's not that point yet where two players among the top 5 in the world both have hit their peak. It's just they've been like ships passing in the night.
Yeah, I think this is extraordinary, you know, to see it, you know, two fighters, tremendous fighters in this ring, and it's like one punch has been effective for the 3 sets that we've seen. I'm used to seeing them take a few uppercuts with each other.
I'm trying to put my finger on what it is, and I don't know that I can so much as, I mean, this is awful from Daniil. 0 winners, 11 unforced errors. Nobody's going to win that. Nobody can win with that.
The only theory that I have is the serves on both sides are not affecting the match as much as they usually would in a men's singles tennis match. So they're getting into, I think, a lot of points, and it's been about who has been more tough and more solid in these baseline rallies, where I think maybe sometimes you'd get a tighter score line if the first serves were being played with more effectiveness.
So not as dominant, and so we're seeing a lot of these rallies and some unforced errors by both players that we're not characteristically seeing.
Medvedev just added to his unforced error total with a backhand into the net. That's number 12. He now has 1 winner for every 2 unforced errors on the night. 19 winners, 38 unforced errors. Serve out wide is long. Second serve for Medvedev, good. Center backhand cross lands good. Lob Medvedev, swinging volley, good. For Jannik Sinner for love 30.
Is anybody better at that shot, forehand drive volley, than Jannik Sinner?
Ooh, there could be a few that I would put up there. I mean, I don't know, maybe Gil, you like that type of volley. I mean, I think it works, but I'm still more the conventional volleyer.
His first serve here at love 30. Second serve for Daniil, good. Sinner backing up the line. Medvedev back into a Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner digs that out. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand slice with good depth. Run around forehand from Medvedev. That misses as well. It's
backhand slice.
3 set points. 25 minutes into this set. I mean, you can hear it from this crowd. They're all just kind of sitting. Normally with set points in the 3rd set of a men's quarterfinal, you're going to have that excitement ringing, but not at all. Daniil Medvedev just hit his first winner. It's an ace out wide. Set point number 2 here at 15:40. Serve Medvedev off the net and long. Second serve, good. Sinner forehand middle. Medvedev backhand. Sinner forehand middle. Medvedev forehand middle. Sinner goes forehand up the line. That's going to be long. Indeed it is. 40-30.
30-40.
Excuse me, 30-40. Obviously that push from the Medvedev camp, just trying to make sure he does stay on the right side of things to start the 4th. Serve T is an ace, so 2 aces accounting for the 2 winners in the set here for Daniil. Deuce now. 4th of the night. Serve Medvedev out wide off the net and wide. Second for Daniil, good. Sinner backhand misses long. Game point, Medvedev.
Advantage Medvedev.
Serve is good, gets a free point off of it, does Daniil Medvedev, and he does get on the scoreboard, fighting off 3 set points in the process.
5 games to 1.
In the positive there, he will serve first, in theory, to start the 4th set.
That's about the only thing you can say. I mean, it's just such a strange scenario. But yes, to get your on the board, maybe just draw the line in the sand, get ready for set 4.
Sinner near side, 5-1, serve good, serve and volley. Oh my, Medvedev almost just went return around the post winner. Missed by about 1.5 inches.
He's done that twice in his career. He's the only player I've ever seen do it around the post on the return of serve.
And there are only a few courts where you can do that.
Taylor Fritz almost, or was it Zverev?
Zverev. Yeah, that one curve around, yeah. 15 left, serve good. Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner backhand cross, Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner backhand through the middle, run around forehand for Medvedev to the deuce corner, misses that long. Again, an angry swat from Daniil after that miss, but that forehand did miss by a solid inch plus.
Still surprised to see Daniil go back to the ultra deep return position. He didn't use it against Sinner at Wimbledon or Miami or the Australian Open.
Serve T is long.
He was further up to try to defend against the serve and volley and the first ball drop shot that he was getting hurt with against Sinner at the end of last year.
Second serve good. Medvedev back in inside out. That's a return winner from a much tighter return position. Yes, second serve, that certainly factors in. 30-15 now.
Again, the read on Sinner, that second serve is predominantly a kick, and the kick shouldn't be bothering Medvedev if he's standing closer to the baseline. It can if he's drifting 5-6 feet behind the baseline.
And that was a mid, if you will, middle return position between that back tarp and that baseline return position on the first serve. Stepping a lot closer on the second. Gets a forehand, goes through the middle. Sinner forehand cross. Medvedev digs it out. Sinner steps back, takes a swing instead of a volley and puts that right to the feet of Medvedev. 4 set points. 2 looks here at 40-15.
Still a healthy position for Jannik Sinner, isn't it? Stepping up here with a couple of set points. Maybe after this point, scoreboard pressure, 2 sets to 1. Nice, enviable position for him to be in.
Serve from him is good. In behind it, volley from Sinner not necessary as that return misses well long. Jannik Sinner, well, it's the second breadstick of the night. And more importantly, he has a 2-1 lead. We'll head to the 4th here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome to the 2024 US Open, the next chapter of spectacular.
Well, Daniil Medvedev left the court for a while for a full wardrobe change. Jannik Sinner has gotten back out onto the court, wants to continue a little bit of momentum. It's Mike Cation, Mark Woodford in the booth. Gil Gross is courtside. I keep coming back to it. I'm just so flummoxed by how this match is playing out and not seeing both players at their peak here. Looking at Daniil's stats, that winners to unforced error count, 22 winners, 40 unforced errors, and it really feels like it's been that first and the third sets where the errors really piled up, and it's just been about the quality of play on either side here, and that's really about it.
Yeah, negative 18 compared to negative 4 for Jannik Sinner. So there's quite a bit to do here, isn't it, for Daniil Medvedev? You hope that, with the break, new attire, fresh attire, just to freshen up, that he can resuscitate his game, start serving first, but also the ability for Jannik Sinner maybe just to pounce, just to break up this odd scoreboard that we have.
The other statistic that stands out is the second serve returns.
Yep.
Sinner's winning 60% of his second serves and also winning 60% of the second serve returns. That's been pretty key. All right, Medvedev's ready, serves wide, gets a forehand, goes through the middle. Sinner, big forehand into the deuce corner, lob from Medvedev, it was actually a drive, and Sinner there for a volley, puts it away for love 15, and that's the impetus you're talking about, right?
Is that a good sign for Sinner? We saw early stages of the third set when he broke serve to consolidate. We saw an aggressive Sinner.
Backhand for Medvedev up the line to a running forehand Sinner. Medvedev forehand cross, Sinner forehand goes middle, dug out by Medvedev, just misses wide off the backhand side. Trouble at love 30.
Yeah, and I think at the time, Mike, it was 5 of 5 in net points won, and we were 2 games into the third set. So it's not about getting there every point, but it's being selective.
25 of 28 on the night. It's pretty good.
Given that he has not hit those numbers throughout the tournament against lesser quality opponents.
Love 30 serve, good. Sinner forehand cross, Medvedev forehand cross, Sinner forehand middle off the net and good. Medvedev has to roll a forehand to a Sinner backhand cross, dug out. Sinner run around forehand inside out, Medvedev backhand, again a run around forehand, this time into the deuce corner with Sinner. Now has to track down a forehand middle. Medvedev forehand to a Sinner forehand middle that's into the net. That's a big point for Daniil Medvedev to 15-30.
15-13.
This kind of grunting for Medvedev is not typical. I don't know what to make of it necessarily, but you don't always get such a auditory experience with Daniil.
Serve out wide is wide. Second serve, good. Sinner through the middle with his return, just missing long. It's another pretty sizable miss, considering the moment. Well, Daniil, he's walking to the chair here. I don't think he's happy with the ball. Yeah, he's giving it to Liechtenstein in the chair. So a new one will be put in its place here in the next couple of moments. 30 all. Again, we've had early breaks in the previous 3 sets. Sinner with this 2-1 edge. Serve, good. Sinner forehand middle. Medvedev has to dig out a forehand to a Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner goes forehand to the deuce corner. Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner forehand goes middle. Run around forehand for Medvedev. Sinner matches the forehand cross. Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand up the line but misses long.
Well, go back to that first game of the second set. Break points, missed return by Sinner, surrendered the game, much like we see here.
Yeah, from love 30 to a hold in 4 points. And yeah, that is a bit of a momentum shift, and we've had some wild ones here, so you never know if that's going to completely turn things. You know, reading some of the pre-match press as well, Daniil kept saying, you know, these matches have really come down to a deuce here, a break point there. You know, whether he can surprise Jannik Sinner in one of the big moments or not. This has not been that at all. So even the two players, I think, are probably afterwards, once they're able to kind of step away and reflect on it, going to say this is just very uncharacteristic for both of them.
The match still alive there. The surprise could come.
There's a surprise, a return winner on a serve and volley with a serve out wide from Sinner. Love 15.
Could come in the 5th set if we get there. Still a bit of a ways to go. That will help Medvedev's cause.
First unsuccessful serve and volley.
I mean, he's only lost 4 out of 29 points at net, so I think that's got to be right. His first serve, indeed it is, 9 of 10 on serve and volley points. Second serve, good. Medvedev forehand up the line. Sinner running to a forehand. Medvedev forehand cross back behind him. Sinner digs that out. Medvedev forehand now up the line to a Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner goes backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner digs out a backhand to a Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backhand cross. Now Sinner changes directions. It will get a forehand. Goes drop shot. That's a good one. Medvedev up the line. Good. Sinner there. Blocks it in.
Daniil Medvedev wants the bench moved, and he might do it himself if Renaud Liechtenstein doesn't have somebody move the bench, because the drop shot dragged him in that direction, and Daniil ran out of real estate.
He ran into the chair umpire's chair, or very close to it, and the bench. Yeah, it was the bench actually that he hit. In fact, he hit a couple of rackets. That's Sinner's bench too, correct, Gil?
Correct.
15 all, serve good. Forehand for Medvedev, gonna miss long.
You can tell because it's got the Gucci bag on.
Yeah, that's true.
He could have stumbled on a couple of the rackets.
He
just
cracked a couple.
Yeah, inflicted some damage.
30-15 now for Jannik Sinner in this love 1 service game. Serve into the net, trying to go out wide, closing in on the 2-hour mark. Second serve for Sinner, good. Medvedev back into a Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner digs out a backhand through the middle. Forehand from Medvedev. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner runs around inside out. Forehand loop to Medvedev backhand up the line. Sinner forehand will miss just long. A rare change of direction there from Daniil Medvedev on the backhand. Gets us to 30 all.
Well timed. Couple of miss hits, it seemed like, Gil, by Sinner in that rally.
Yeah, and it's the danger of hitting inside-out forehands against Medvedev. He's one of the hardest players to do that against because he's so good at redirecting the backhand down the line when he sees the right-hander drag himself out of position for the runaround.
All serve tee onto the net and back onto Sinner's side. So a second serve coming here for the world number 1. Serve, good, great second serve. Medvedev through the middle. Now we'll step into a backhand cross that he pulls wide. 40-30.
There's the reach of Medvedev, the frame quality second serve by Sinner. Would have beaten probably 95% of the men's field. Somewhat of a surprise for Medvedev to miss that middle backhand.
With a game point here for Jannik Sinner. Serve off the net and long. Second serve. good. Medvedev backhand missed into the net from on top of the baseline. It is 1-all. In the Sinner camp, yeah, certainly wanting to put this big push early in the set, knowing that how these first 3 sets have gone. We've had a break by the 3rd game in all 3 sets so far. It's 1-all here. Serve out wide, good. Medvedev will go to backhand, goes middle. Sinner digs it out. Volley from Medvedev. Sinner forehand lob over the back shoulder. Medvedev, nice swat away. That was unreal, that pronation there on the shoulder to put that overhead away into the ad corner.
Sinner, no doubt surprised that Medvedev came in of an approach shot that kind of neutral up the middle of the court.
I think Medvedev bought that was a net. He wants that ball back from the member of the ball crew that he just served with. Patiently asking for it. I do like this Lacoste kit. White shirt with a little bit of blue and green through the middle. It's nice and pretty simple and clean. It's a forehand inside out. Sinner digs that out with a backhand. Medvedev backhand up the line. Sinner tracks down a forehand but misses it into the net. It's 30 love. Woody, are we going to see 2-1 on serve for the first time here today?
Snap on that seatbelt.
Might have a match on our hands. Serve out wide is long. It only took us 2 hours. Second serve upcoming here for Medvedev. Set number 4, 30 love. Serve good. Sinner forehand up the line. Chip from Medvedev is short. Sinner forehand to the deuce corner. Now a volley. Medvedev digs up a lob. Sinner overhead good into the deuce corner for 30-15.
Daniil's on his back foot on almost every second serve point. And Jannik has been so good at getting a good deep cut on the ball on that second return.
Yeah, the Sinner camp was very happy about that from Jannik Sinner, and they want to see some pressure applied here in this point as well. Very close to first time violation of the night. Sinner returned through the middle. Medvedev backing up the line to a running forehand for Sinner that's going to miss long. Couple of changes of direction here from Daniil. Game points here for Medvedev. Serve out wide, good. Chip return up the line. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner digs out the backhand. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner digs that out again. Forehand from Medvedev into the deuce corner. Perfect. We are on serve at 2-1. Look at him go. 4th set action here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. It's Mike Cation, Mark Woodford up in the booth. Gil Gross is courtside for the first time on the night on serve into game number 4. Sinner serving here at 1-2. New balls are in his pocket as well. Waiting for this crowd to settle back in. Serve good. Medvedev forehand goes middle. Sinner forehand up the line, off the net. Good. Medvedev pops it up the line. Sinner forehand volley. Medvedev. Sinner there. Backhand lob. Yes! Oh man! Improvisational skills on display as Sinner gets us to 15-love.
Oh boy, that net cord first strike by Sinner looked like it was going out, saved by the net cord. And able to be savvy enough just to shovel it over the head of Medvedev.
That's great awareness with Medvedev right on top of the net. 15-love with Medvedev back at the back wall. Serve, Sinner, good. Medvedev chip return lands short. Sinner puts that into the deuce corner. Lob for Medvedev. Sinner backtracks. A wait, bounce, overhead, good. Medvedev there with the forehand. Volley, Sinner. Medvedev lob once again over the back shoulder. Sinner overhead, good! Into the deuce corner, hello! It's 30-love.
Has someone just thrown a match into this early set of tennis? Lighting it up here. It's a beautiful forehand volley by Jannik Sinner. Before, the athleticism just shining as he took some quick steps back for the overhead. Are they the same carotas that turn up each tournament? The same?
Ace for Sinner for 40-love, yes. I believe they have acquired a financial backer to help them.
Good on them, yeah.
More power to them.
Yeah.
Second ace of the night for Jannik Sinner.
Hopefully extra costumes as well.
I'd hope so, because otherwise that would be absolutely awful smelling.
Reek.
Have I ever told you that I did some? I had to one
Los
time
Carotas
dress up as an old-time radio with one of those costumes. It was for a July 4th parade. It's the worst smelling I've ever had in my entire life, just from an hour and a half of walking in a 4th of July parade in this stinky, sweaty foam.
You didn't have to hand the outfit back, did you?
I did.
Laundered?
No. I'm not going to pay for the dry cleaning. Are you kidding me?
Okay. Alrighty.
It's 2-all. I was also a poor college student, so I couldn't afford the dry cleaning at that point.
Okay.
Volunteer radio, you know what I mean?
Didn't shower as often then either when you were...
The funny part is I also had mono at the time, so I collapsed at the end of the parade. Different story. We'll do a podcast on that later. Forehand from Sinner's into the net on the return for 15-love.
Sinner just got a new racket out of the bag, and after missing that forehand in the middle of the net, he's taking a long look at his string bed.
Maybe it got cracked like Medvedev's earlier, somehow, some way. I still want to know how Daniil cracked that racket, and I think that was game 5 or 6. Second serve for Daniil, good. Sinner backhand middle, Medvedev backhand up the line to a forehand. Sinner off the net, and good. Short ball into the ad corner. Sinner digs out a backhand volley. Medvedev. Sinner running forehand back behind Medvedev. Yep. 15-all. What a shot from Jannik Sinner. The court awareness that he shows there, seeing Daniil on a dead sprint to go back behind him, is unreal. Serve through the middle, short ball from Medvedev, inside in, forehand looped by Sinner. Medvedev forehand cross, Sinner goes forehand cross. Medvedev forehand cross and short, Sinner forehand cross. Medvedev forehand up the line to a Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand middle, lands good. Now he steps into a forehand, goes inside out to a Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner digs that out. Medvedev backhand cross misses just wide. It's 15-30.
Medvedev hit a good enough serve to win the point outright, and Sinner with a beautiful stab took his left hand off the racket, just threw his body at the ball and got it back in play.
Oh, healthy 16-shot rally. And now he's just got to cover the serve here, Sinner.
Serve into the body, backhand cross from Sinner. Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner digs out a backhand, goes middle. Medvedev forehand cross, Sinner digs that out. Medvedev forehand cross, Sinner forehand up the line, laced. Medvedev has to dig out a backhand. Now forehand from Sinner off the net, back onto his side this time. It's 30-all, had control at that point. That's a big miss again.
And couldn't have, I mean, it didn't miss by much. Obviously, top of the net. They are pulled so tightly here. Almost bounce back over the service line. It was going to be a winning shot, though.
2-all, 30-all serve will be a let. Trying to go out wide. Two hours, 9 minutes to get to this stage. Again, relatively pretty darn quick for middle of a fourth set. Try again with the first serve, good. Chip return, lands short. Medvedev forehand to a Sinner. Forehand yanked well wide with Medvedev approaching behind it. And again, he looks down at those strings, not thrilled with them. One of the cleanest, if not the cleanest ball striker on tour is Jannik Sinner. Game point for Medvedev. Serve out wide is a very good one. Gets the free point, does Daniil Medvedev. 3-2. We are midway through the fourth here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, the temperature's definitely cooling off here into the lower 60s, but the action finally starting to heat up here on court as we remain on serve at 2-3. Jannik Sinner about to serve here. Also has the 2-1 lead, but with both players starting to find a little bit of form here at the same time, could be a very interesting conclusion to this one. Sinner ready from the near side, serve, tee, ace. Third of the night, second of this set for 15 love. $126. That is the biggest of the night for Jannik. Both of them, their fastest serve at 126 here tonight. 15 love serve out wide is into the net. Serving at 55% for both the set and the match is Sinner. Second serve, good. Medvedev back in through the middle. Sinner rolls a forehand off the baseline and good. Now has a backhand to a Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand into the net. It's 15-all.
15-all.
Taking his time, trying to blow on those hands, even though temperature's cooling off. Could still be pretty muggy down there. Both guys have to be comfortable for the most part. 15-all serve here for Sinner. Good. Medvedev backhand goes middle. Sinner retreats. Loops a forehand to a Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner forehand to a Medvedev forehand middle. Sinner forehand cross, big angle. Medvedev tracks it down. Sinner forehand up the line this time to a backhand Medvedev cross. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev drop shot to the deuce side. It's good. It's perfect. It's 15-30.
Clearly for Medvedev, being able to see peripherally that Sinner, after recovering in the point, just started to drift back deeper behind the baseline. And some excellent touch.
A little bit of body English to get that over the net as well. Retreats back to that back wall. for this huge moment. 15-30, a 2-3 serve T. Good, it's an ace for Jannik Sinner. Third of the set, second of this game, 30-all. 120 with a little bit of slider motion up the tee.
Medvedev looked like he was covering for the flat wide.
Which is Jannik's best serve.
And another of these tight games. Feel like they're just prodding each other. Been able to survive so far on serve.
Serve out wide, misses long. This is massive here. Daniil creeping in towards the baseline. Second serve, good. Medvedev back in through the middle. Sinner digs out a forehand to a Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand middle ends good. Medvedev backhand run around forehand from Sinner, misses wide. Break chance, number one of the set goes to Daniil Medvedev.
Why did he try to make that inside-out forehand so good? I think it's because of the threat of Medvedev's backhand down the line, because he wasn't really in a position to do point-ending damage there, but it looked like he just really shrunk his target.
Sinner camp applauding and saying, yes, playing style-wise, you're doing everything right, maybe just missing by the thinnest of margins. 30-40 serve. T, good. Chip return lands, good. Sinner forehand into the deuce corner. No, can't get to it for Medvedev. That lob ends up as shank into the stands. We're at deuce. Again, he goes with a T serve here and catches Medvedev leaning to the left.
Yeah, and not able to do a whole lot with the return except just chip it back, hope that he can get some depth. But a fantastic forehand by Sinner under the circumstances. Had to generate all his own pace.
2-3 in the fourth. Deuce, Sinner near side serving into the net. Second serve for Sinner, good. Medvedev chips a forehand to a Sinner forehand. Medvedev now has to roll a forehand. Sinner goes forehand inside out, but it's into the net. Break chance number two upcoming for Medvedev.
So key points on this side of the court. The ad court, Sinner has gone down the tee. Medvedev just motioning, it looked like, to his team. Do I still cover the wide? That's the favored serve of the Italian.
Let's see where he goes with this first serve. Ad out, Sinner serving. Tried to go T again, missed it into the net. Second serve for Sinner. Medvedev much tighter to the baseline, serve good. Medvedev goes backhand cross, Sinner backhand through the middle. Run around backhand from Medvedev, who now has a forehand, goes cross. Sinner forehand cross. Medvedev goes forehand middle. Drop shot from Sinner to the deuce side. Medvedev there with the forehand cross. Sinner forehand up the line. Volley from Medvedev. Oh, he missed it. Oh, he was all over the net. Just missed well wide. Back to deuce.
Both players anticipating. Sinner sitting on the Medvedev forehand cross court. Medvedev sitting on the forehand pass line. Go ahead, Gil.
I was just going to say, Daniil takes massive swings on his volleys, and sometimes the result is just ugly.
6 minutes into this game, number 6 of the fourth set. Deuce number 2. Medvedev again starting with this return position up against the back wall. Sinner ready, tosses up, serve good. Medvedev backhand middle, Sinner inside out forehand. Medvedev digs that out, goes cross. Medvedev now has a backhand, again goes cross. Sinner backhand, Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand middle, Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner backhand cross, Medvedev backhand up the line, misses long. Again trying to change directions. Just a flat miss.
Sorry, Mike.
Yep.
Do you agree with that, Woody, about the volley technique for Daniil?
Yes, but on that one, it did look like he was kind of rushed to try and cover the line and certainly didn't space himself too well. I guess when you don't space yourself, you inevitably take a larger swing.
So a game point here now for Jannik Sinner, looking to level us. Serve out wide, misses long. Medvedev about 4 feet behind the baseline for a second serve. Sinner pausing for just a second, heard a disturbance in the crowd, now goes, second serve good, Medvedev goes backhand up the line to a Sinner forehand cross. Medvedev forehand cross, Sinner forehand cross, Medvedev forehand up the line, Sinner drags a backhand cross, and then Medvedev just misses another backhand, this time going through the middle of the court, 2 unforced errors on that backhand side, and we are at 3-all.
3-all, 4 sets.
45. I've got one stat monitor that says 45, one says 46 unforced errors for Daniil. Regardless, a lot. 19 off the forehand side, 20 off the backhand.
Well, so at the beginning of this set, there was an 18, negative 18 for Medvedev.
Yep.
It hasn't really altered, has it?
No. It's minus 19 right now. Forehand for Medvedev, just catches the baseline. Now he steps into a backhand inside out. Forehand for Sinner. Medvedev forehand into the net.
Sinner's ratio has remained steady as well, still at -4, 3, I should say.
Medvedev is moving very quickly in between points right now. Here at love 15, serve into the net. Second serve. Good, Sinner backhand cross, Medvedev backhand up the line. He hits the net post. That wasn't even going to be close.
Love 30.
Real trouble now at love 30. 5 straight points going the way of the Italian, and Medvedev's already at the line. Serve, good. Sinner forehand middle, Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner backhand cross, Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand middle. Retreating is Medvedev backhand off the net, good. Sliced by Sinner. Medvedev backhand middle, Sinner backhand slice again. Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner goes backhand cross. Medvedev backhand middle, Sinner backhand slice, deep. Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner backhand through the middle. Forehand now from Medvedev, Sinner goes backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross, Sinner backhand slice again. Right on the baseline. Now Sinner goes backhand cross. It's a clean winner. He opened up the court and exploited it well. 3 chances for the world number 1.
Well, a fine time to play the backhand slice.
Love 40.
Catches a bit of the baseline. And that might have affected Medvedev's shot, but boy, for Sinner to pull the trigger there, just beautifully balanced. It was like a rocket. Great finish across the shoulders.
22 shot rally. Break chance for Sinner. Serve, Medvedev into the net. Sinner takes another couple steps forward towards the baseline for the second serve, which is good. Medvedev with a forehand inside out. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand goes cross. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner backhand middle off the baseline and good. Now has to dig out a backhand. This one doesn't catch the baseline. Misses just long. 15-40. Ends a stretch of 6 straight points for Jannik Sinner.
Oh, how good was that second serve of Medvedev? Thundered it down at 100 miles per hour.
15-40 from the far side. Medvedev serve out wide, misses long. 2 hours, 22 minutes on the second serve, which is good. Sinner forehand middle. Medvedev has to dig out a backhand. Sinner backhand up the line to a Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner forehand middle. Medvedev forehand to a Sinner forehand goes cross. Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner forehand through the middle, misses by the thinnest of margins. 30-40.
I can imagine Gil sitting watching that last rally. I mean, every ball was 100% by Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it needed to be on that last forehand, but what a great job by Medvedev to get that return back.
Yeah.
Sinner demolished that return.
30-40, serve out wide is long, despite the crowd being at that peak level.
He's sending down the serve.
Second serve for Daniil. Good. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner has to dig that out. Slice up the line. Running forehand from Medvedev. Sinner digs out another backhand. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand slice to a Medvedev backhand goes cross. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev goes backhand cross. Sinner rolls it back into a Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner digs that out. Medvedev backhand up the line to a forehand middle from Sinner. Backhand Medvedev. Backhand Sinner. Medvedev goes forehand inside out. He pushed it wide. There's the break. Jannik Sinner, the world #1, fully in control of his destiny now. He's got the 4-3 edge to the delight of the Kuroda boys here in the fourth set. We're taking a break here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Mark Woodford, Gil Gross on the call for you. Jannik Sinner now just 2 holds away, becoming the only man to reach quarterfinals or better. Semifinals in all 4 Grand Slams this year. Just continues to extend his lead over Carlos Alcaraz as well in the rankings as he continues to push forward here in this tournament. Serving from the far side, T, serving volley, drop volley misses. It's love 15. Gil, you saw how quickly Medvedev was moving in between points. Have you noticed anything else courtside that it kind of makes you think he's rushing a little bit?
You'll wonder if there was some residue from the previous game where he did have a chance to break and couldn't quite get it done. I've seen Medvedev play speedball in the past, though.
Definitely happens. Just felt very rushed there in those key points. Backhand here for Medvedev. Sinner goes forehand middle looped. Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner tracks down a forehand, goes middle. Medvedev backhand to a Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Good depth. Now he'll step into a forehand inside out. Sinner digs that out. Short ball for Medvedev. Backhand cross. He pulls it wide. It's 15-all. I think he's going to just think about the backhands in particular here today. In this set, that's the 8th unforced error on that side. You think back to where he was in that first set as well with all of the backhand errors. It might have cost him 2 sets.
Yeah.
23 of his unforced errors on that backhand side.
And a good proportion of them from the middle of the court.
Correct.
He just added the scissor kick in there, and unusual for him to miss these wide.
So 15-all at 4-3. Serve is just long. Second serve for Sinner, good. Medvedev inside out backhand to a Sinner backhand cross. He pulls that wide. It's 15-30.
Yeah, we're talking about one of the most consistent two-handed backhands in men's tennis. So it's shocking the numbers off of that wing tonight.
And you've seen Daniil want to stay in that backhand-to-backhand trade throughout this night, and when it's hitting, it's been fine, and when it's not, it's killing him. That being said, 15-30 on the Sinner serve. Serve is T. Lob return lands good. Sinner forehand inside out, stays back at the baseline, has to deal with another forehand. Goes middle, Medvedev forehand cross lands short, Sinner forehand cross, Medvedev forehand into the net. Just didn't get in position for that. An awkward swing, 30-all.
Yeah, it's like that right foot never got pressed onto the court surface. Ended up pulling through too early. Wow, key point right here. I mean, probably the biggest of the night, certainly for the fortunes of the #1 seed to move forward in this match.
Medvedev's against the back wall. Sinner, this 30-all serve, trying to go body, misses long. 4, 5, 6, 7 steps forward for Daniil. 30-all, second serve, 4-3. Second, good. Medvedev forehand middle. Sinner goes forehand middle. Medvedev has to backtrack for a backhand. Now Sinner back into a Medvedev backhand. Oh my word, into the net. That's an awful miss. Awful miss from Daniil Medvedev. Sinner gets a game point.
So neutral,
yes,
as well.
It's just so stunning to see that backhand, these misses. His wife trying to push right now as well for Daniil. But it's a game point for the Italian. At 40-30. Settles in, ready to go now. Serve, Sinner. Misses long, going out wide. 2.5 hour mark now. Second serve, good. Forehand for Medvedev, tries to go up the line, he missed again. He's saying to his team, something's not right with the racket. Whether it's the tension, something, but he just points and he says, he throws up his hand saying, I don't know.
Whether it's the arm that's holding that racket.
I think
arms attached to the shoulder, shoulder attached to the net, to the
head connected to the. I think, gosh, he's already playing. His trust level with his racket has not been there throughout the night. Whether it be the strings, whether it be the racket itself, he throws in a double fault here.
This is 4.
Love 15.
He's always the guy, though, who has strong opinions on the conditions.
Indeed.
Now, normally, he loves Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Incredibly true. It's just one of those days, though, you know, at any player who's ever played at any level, you know if you don't trust your racket, you're not going to play well, and that's where he's at for whatever reason. We're in a forehand trade right now. Sinner goes backhand middle, sliced from Medvedev, just barely clears. Sinner gets to it. Now Medvedev goes backhand up the line for a winner, and 15-all. Sounded like it might have been Mrs. Medvedev there. Serve good, serve and volley, backhand volley from Medvedev. Sinner backhand volley from Medvedev's into the net. He let that ball drop below the height of the net, hits the tape, and it's 15-30. Sinner's 2 points away.
15-30.
So Gil, whether you're seeing it on your monitor as well, he didn't take a big backswing there. That was a slower ball to him, but technique still suffered.
And again, he doesn't pause. He's right at the line serving. So bizarre. Second serve good. Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backhand inside out. Sinner chips it back just into the net. Nearly cleared. It's 30-all.
I love when someone like Sinner can force his opponent to play a volley with that off-pace chip. Really tests the depth of their volleying ability.
Second serve is a let here.
I mean, it's so quick. He's 2 points away from being out of this tournament.
Backhand from Medvedev's into the net. Let's make it 1 point. Match point Sinner after another unforced error on the backhand wing of Daniil Medvedev.
Thank you. Please.
Serve, good. Sinner through the middle. Medvedev inside out forehand in behind it. Chip from Sinner. Volley winner from Daniil Medvedev into the deuce corner. Deuce now.
Yes.
I just couldn't get to recovered after the return of serve, Sinner. Still a fine volley by Medvedev, and we start quickly again.
Inside out forehand to a Sinner, backhand into the net. Game point for Medvedev.
Advantage Medvedev.
Serve out wide is an ace. Daniil asking for the crowd to get involved. And he puts his finger to his ear and says, all right, I guess it's time to play. With a crowd that's stuck around here as we're closing in on midnight, are we going to see just a little bit of drama here in this potential closeout game? Snacking on a granola bar is Daniil Medvedev, so he's not ready to check out quite yet, despite moving as fast as he is.
He needs energy to quicken this up.
I am surprised he hasn't used the crowd to his advantage at any point really through this one. But I guess that kind of shows how awkward this whole match has been throughout much of it.
Yeah, that's the thing, Mike. There just hasn't been that tight moment at the end of a set where Medvedev can really use the crowd to give him a push. I do think it's been a pro-Daniil crowd tonight on balance, but it's been hard to tell either way.
Really interesting. When the on-court, when they were introduced, Gil, you felt that there was a bit more applause for Medvedev?
It's close, and I think a lot of folks are here just to enjoy the tennis without any intense partiality. I think that's a word. But I would say, yeah, I'd say 60-40 Medvedev, maybe 65-35.
I think he's become, at least on social media, which is obviously a different world, I think he's one of the most popular players out there because of the fact that he doesn't give you cliches. He's entertaining on a court because he is unusual with all of his strokes. I think he's very popular.
Okay.
But I think he's also can be polarizing for people. Regardless, Jannik Sinner trying to close this one down.
Thank you. Please, they are ready. Please.
They are indeed ready. 5-4, 2-1. Sinner serving near side. Serve into the net. Well, we might get some crowd involvement here. Second serve for Jannik. Good. Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner digs out a forehand. Medvedev backhand to a Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner digs that out. Medvedev backhand cross again. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner goes backhand up the line. It's into the net. It's love 15.
And maybe this is what Medvedev was trying to orchestrate after holding serve. Just jump in there. Crowd adds to the tension for Sinner.
14-shot rally there.
Thank you.
Certainly not the best time for them in between serves. So.
Love 15 serve. Misses long. Second serve for Jannik. Good. Forehand chip from Medvedev lands on the baseline. Now Medvedev goes backhand cross. Sinner digs that out. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand middle. Run around forehand for Medvedev. Goes into the deuce corner. Now a forehand middle. Sinner forehand middle. Medvedev goes forehand middle, but he missed it. 15 all. Well long.
15 all.
Brave point for Sinner. I think Medvedev, from the chip return there, Mike, he was not sure that that was going to land in. He didn't really play it with much conviction. And the rest of the point was unsteady.
Sinner waiting for that member of the crowd to settle. Now ready to go. Serve is into the net. He's missed all three here. Medvedev stepping forward. Second serve now at 15 all. That's good. Medvedev forehand cross. Sinner has to roll a forehand to a Medvedev backhand middle. Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev goes backhand cross. Sinner backhand slice. Run around forehand for Medvedev inside out. Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev forehand again inside out. Sinner digs out a backhand. Medvedev backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Medvedev backhand cross. Big angle. Sinner backhand middle. Medvedev backhand up the line. Misses long. Sinner 2 points away.
Was there an opening earlier in that point, Gil, where the two-hander down the line could have been put into effect?
Yeah, I think there was, but Daniil has no feel or control over that shot. And it's just as shocking to him as it is to us, because he's palms to the sky after making that last unforced error. He doesn't know what's going on.
Tosses up at 30-15 serve, good up the tee. Forehand into the net for Daniil Medvedev, and match point Sinner.
40-15.
Crowd wants more.
Thank you.
40-15 serve. Sinner pulls back. Somebody in the crowd started yelling right when he started his motion. Crowd hushes. 40-15 serve, good. Medvedev backhand goes middle. Sinner inside out forehand is good. And Jannik Sinner survives a swingy test to move into his first U.S. Open semifinal. 6-2, 1-6, 6-1, 6-4 over Daniil Medvedev. Jannik Sinner dumps the wristbands and thanks this crowd into his first semifinal here in New York. Sinner-Draper semifinal Friday night.
Well, I have to say, I don't know about you, Mike and Gil courtside, I am slightly surprised by, not necessarily by the outcome, but I guess how we've arrived at the outcome. Medvedev just not able to find the range and work out the Jannik Sinner situation.
Yeah, I agree. Baseline consistency was the biggest difference for me. That and the fact that Medvedev's serve couldn't make too much of an impact. But I sort of expected that. I did not expect that in so many of these baseline rallies, Medvedev would be first to miss the rally ball, the neutral ball.
And just again, looking at the unforced error count, I mean, listen, we can just be pretty simple about it. 30 winners, 57 unforced errors. That's a 1-to-2 ratio. It's just never going to get it done. In that fourth set, 8 winners to 17 unforced errors. You can't win if you're not clean. Somebody who always seems to be clean. Jannik Sinner.
Jannik,
let's hear from him with Brad
effort. Kind of two one-sided first couple of sets. What adjustments did you make early in the third set to turn this match around?
Yeah, it was very tough. No, we know each other quite well. We played in Australia this year, and then we played in London. So we knew it was going to be very physical. It was strange the first 2 sets because whoever made the first break then started to roll. And but no, I'm very happy. Thanks everyone for staying so long. It's I really appreciate it. And yeah.
You were 28 out of 33 coming into the net, which is a lot for you coming forward. But I noticed every time your coaches were getting up, was that the game plan to come in a little bit tonight?
Yeah, we tried to work really hard on this aspect of the game. I know that I can improve a lot, especially going on the net, trying to serve and volley a couple of times, trying just to mix up the game. So I'm very happy how I've done it today, and let's see how I can handle the next opponent.
All right, tell me about the energy, the atmosphere. Your little guy right there in the front row with the Forza sign. How much fun was it out here tonight?
Yeah, it was amazing. As I said before, thanks everyone for the support. It's just amazing to play here night sessions, and yeah, see you all in a couple of days, and it's going to be a very tough match, but I'm looking forward to it. First semi-final here in London, so very happy.
So speak of a couple of days. What are your expectations against the Brit, Jack Draper?
Yeah, we know each other very well. We are good friends also off the court, so it's going to be a tough one. He's playing incredible. He hasn't lost one set yet, so you know he's playing very, very good, and yeah, so let's see what's coming. I'm just happy to be in the semis, and let's see who can play better in a couple of days.
Kick your feet up, buddy. Moving on to the semifinals, Jannik Sinner.
The Corona boys have made their way down to the third row. I'm sure they'll get at least a nod from Jannik, along with that young fan with the Italian flag painted on cardboard. And Yeah, in fact, he just got a towel or a wristband from Jannik Sinner. Let's hear from Gil Gross. Gil, your final thoughts on this one, your final thoughts for the U.S. Open.
Well, look, it's big for Sinner. If you look at his history at this tournament, he lost a tough 5-setter on his first night session on Ash last year against Alexander Zverev. The year before, he lost the match point against Carlos Alcaraz in that epic 2 a.m. finish, actually later than 2 a.m. finish against Carlos Alcaraz. He's put in so much hard work in the last 12 months. If you really look at it, post U.S. Open last year, statistically, no one has been even close to Jannik Sinner's level on hard courts. It's been astronomical from him, so it's fitting that he's been able to go on this kind of run in New York. And looking forward to see how he carries on, and looking for his second major. He's going to have a good chance to get it.
Gil, thank you so much. You've done some great work, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Always a pleasure.
Mark, semifinals are set. Listen, we've got some really intriguing storylines on the men's side, right? I mean, Sinner, Draper, they know each other well, as they said, roughly the same age. I mean, this is Sinner, you expected to be there, despite all of the distractions, certainly that kind of factored in that first week, but Draper, kind of the surprise breakout performance here. Then on the other side, the All-American battle. That's going to be a really fun Friday night.
It certainly will be. And, as Jannik mentioned just there, the amount of times that he had to get to net, I think that's going to be applicable for the next match against Jack Draper. If he settles too much into a baseline, yes, he hits the ball heavier than Jack Draper in rally mode, but Jack Draper's playing a fine brand of tennis.
He is.
And maybe the advantage does lie with Jannik, given that the start of the tournament, this is where he had planned to be.
Yes.
Team Sinner, they expect to be semi-finals and final. Jack Draper has really stepped up in a big way. And so to quickly turn the mental side into, wow, I have a chance to be in a Grand Slam final, is not easy. He's done brilliantly to arrive at this stage. But obviously the edge to the #1 player in the world. The other semi-final between the two Americans, wow. Coin toss. I've so enjoyed watching Francis play this tournament. It has been a real thrill. Not surprised to see Taylor, though. He's just been quietly moving through, and this could be the occasion for him. I think I'm liking Fritz in that match.
Well, as somebody who has watched those two in particular, along with Tommy, along with Riley, since they were 17, 10 years of action as they were coming through Futures, Challengers, and out here. It's a long time coming, and that's a big match for American tennis. And that's Friday night. We'll get you started tomorrow at 2:30. Obviously a later start. We've got the mixed doubles final. Speaking of former prodigies, Donald Young in the mixed doubles final tomorrow. Who would have thunk it 2 years after he switched to pickleball? And here he is in the doubles final on the mixed side tomorrow with Taylor Townsend taking on Sarah Rani, Andrea Favasori. That will be at 3 o'clock. We'll get you started at 2:30. Dave Leno and Jill Krabus for that mixed doubles final. Then tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, the women take the court. It'll start with Navarro and Sabalenka. That'll be followed by Pegula and Muchova. It's going to be a really fun day of action here, and we'll have it all covered for you here on US Open Radio. Any final thoughts, Woody?
Looking forward to seeing you on Friday night.
I think it'll be a good time.
Potentially.
I think it'll be a good time. We're going to have to put in some requests for which match.
Well, I'm certainly not going to put a request in. It's just been a thrill to watch this tournament unfold. And again, I didn't get to say my thanks to Gil and to the rest of the team. I have a couple more days to go as well, but I think we're going to miss Gil for these next couple of days.
I miss him every day, but that's a different story. Woody, it's been a lot of fun. We'll talk again Friday night, all right?
Great job.
All right, for the guys in the back and for Woody as well, I'm Mike Cation signing off. We'll talk to you tomorrow starting at 2:30 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Crowd hushes. 40-15 serve, good. Medvedev backhand goes middle. Sinner inside out forehand is good. And Jannik Sinner survives a swingy test to move into his first US Open semifinal. 6-2, 1-6, 6-1,
6-4 over Daniil Medvedev.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.